Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the U18. I believe this is a cup. I don't actually know. I got no notice, so I'm kind of going at it as she goes. But it's a weekend. I'm going to assume this is a cup. I think it's Cup 3 actually. First match today is going to be Houston Spartans versus
KAOS.
KAOS. That's correct. Houston Spartans versus KAOS. Like I said, a little out of the loop right now. My name is Night Flash. I'm joined by Bullet. Should be an absolute banger, but without further ado, let's get right into it. KAOS, Houston Spartans, our number 1 seed versus our number 8 seed. This should be interesting.
Yeah, first off, the first batch of going on to be on the map of Skyline. Of course, when it comes down to the map of Skyline, Hardpoint's a pretty classic one. Teams have a very style, habit of playing this map as one of their starting maps. And yes, we have seen a couple of lot of ins and outs when it comes down to the entire game of KAOS demonstration. Previously as well in the previous Rising Stars Cup for the previous weeks, but right now, going up against the side of Houston Spartans, we do see an initial lead being taken out from the side of Houston Spartans. They're able to control the hill for a long period of time. For the first minute or for the first half, I would say, honestly. But right now, we do see a couple of retaliation play also coming in very well for the side of KAOS. We do see now KAOS having the small little period of control. Actually, there are going to be a couple of more those setting up those trophy system in play. Massacre over here doing a lot of damage towards the side of Houston Spartan. Sorry, towards the side of KAOS upon 3 down floor from where we do see the objective in play. Spanky comes in, takes down the guy who was trying to get in the control point for the side of Houston Spartans.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job of sort of fighting back on this hill, that being KAOS. But once again, Houston Spartans come in and break it like free will. Massacre just absolutely massacring the opposition. Absolutely beautiful shots out of him right there. 11 and 4 currently. Tuni going to be able to find one there. 4 and 5 for him. Not the usual start that we're used to. And yeah, it's just more Houston Spartans in the lead. Big shots there out of Boyd. Not going to be able to find Spanking. Massacre is going to be able to find that. Sorry. Lacoste is going to be able to find that one. Spanky going to be soaking this time. Boyd trying to find this kill. Big win out of Boyd. They need this time if they want to get back into this game. Currently a little over a 40-point lead. Shiloh doing his best to break it from green. KAOS just absolutely locking down this P3. Posty lurking, looking for any player trying to get out back green. Massacre on a pinch, going to be able to find one. Toasty going to be able to find a second. Markle going to find a trade onto Massacre, but that's going to be all four dead. Houston Spartans getting the time once again. However, spawns have flipped, and KAOS now have good spawns for P4.
Yeah, we do see a good, I would say, an overall map control coming up from the side of Houston Spartan, and especially on how they are just able to trap the entire response coming up from the side of KAOS. They're able to just counter out every other play, especially onto points, especially on towards the staircase in the pool area, specifically upon to this particular roof where Logano is playing right now. Talking about the side of Logano, we have seen him performing exceptionally well when it comes on to the previous weeks and previous midday weekly tournaments as well. But right now he is at 4-10, so not a lot of that contribution exactly coming in from this guy. But over there for the side of Houston Spartan, we do see Massacre and Lacoste going in 12-8 and 15-9 respectively. And overall the frag contribution is insane coming up from these two players from the side of Houston Spartan. And that should be completely a resultant of what on how and what is Houston Spartan is able to do in terms of getting those hardpoint score on the overall scorecard.
Yeah, Massacre currently just soaking time, not really taking any gunfights, slowing his pace of play down just a little bit. Houston Spartans starting to run away with this. Already a full hill of lead here, starting to get past that 60-point mark. This is going to be huge for them, well past the 60-point mark at this point. Little bit of a flip there as P1 pops once again. Spanky going to be able to find that one. Massacre going to find another. Spanky going to be able to find two. Shiloh with the fourth in the feed. Toonie going to spawn up, find Coasty. Massacre going to find Gano. And it is all red in the feed as 3 die for KAOS and more time gets accrued by Houston.
Yeah, right now we do see the side of KAOS actually suffering a lot, especially coming in from the hand of Lacoste, getting triple kill back to back upon the same hard point where we do saw the rotation taking in place. Sprite comes in from behind, takes on the side of Massacre. We do see Logano now. Been a long time I have seen Logano playing on SMG, or probably I'm mistaken at the moment. But yes, it's great to see Logano playing on SMG, trying his all might to suppress down all the retaliation play coming in from the side of Houston Spartans. But right now, overall, it seems like Houston Spartan are just way too much having the entire grip on the entire on the map of Skyline over here, and just able to counter every other play and strategies coming up from the side of KAOS, especially when it comes down to Shuni, Logano. They are able to just win every other gunfights that they're able to take against these two guys. So the side of Boyd, he's on 21-6 right now. Right now, with just 1 kill above the side of Massacre, he's the top fragger in the lobby right now. But yes, some of these trade games aren't coming right for the side of KAOS, and that is what is leading the side of Houston Spartan to be aware of all of the positioning coming up from the side of KAOS, and then again Houston Spartan back to back getting those frags and just controlling the entire pace of the game in their favor.
Yeah, and when you have Massacre currently sitting at 23-14, you know you're doing something right. Big wins out of Markle there. Going to be able to grab this initial on P3. Markle going to be able to find 3 in the feed. However, 2 found by Shiloh. Markle finds the 4th. Almost the 5th, but gets shut down by Spanky. Boyd is there for the trade, though, and this is starting to get interesting. If they hold the rest of the time, we're going to be sitting at nearly a tie game. However, P3 is a bit of a mixed fest. KAOS starting to stabilize, though, it seems. Massacre on a pinch. Spots a player not going to be able to hit his shots, and Markle is going to get the zapper onto him. Spanky going to be able to find 1 before getting traded out. Spanky finds a second, then falls. Logano going to be able to find 2 in the feed. Big wins out of Massacre here. Those shots did not connect somehow. Interesting. Boyd going to be able to find 1 on a Coasty. Boyd finds 3 as they line up for him. Spanky and Shiloh also fall. Markle is going to fall off the map. Massacre not going to be able to find that kill, but Coasty is. Big help there from the young man. Markle doing his best, locking it down top bed. Toonie going to be able to find 2 as well. Were they trolling off the rip or what?
Yeah, I mean, at this point of time, it's a great, I would say, an overall strategic play coming up from the side of KAOS to just counter every other move coming in from the side of Houston Spartans. Especially, I gotta give credit to the boy Boyd and Markle, 25 into 22 and 30 frags back to back. Now making it to 31 now from the side of Boy, and he's doing a tremendous job of just suppressing down all of the players coming in from the side of Houston Spartans. But again, every other flex player, every other support player also needs to just kind of like do that contribution, especially which is happening kind of right, honestly, because it's 190, probably a good retaliation and a comeback play coming in from the side of KAOS to just kind of like answer it out against the side of Houston and Spartans. But right now, we do see Spanky going on towards Massacre. Oh, so that's going to be the side of Marker to go down. Spanky takes another one. Logano goes down. But in the trade, it's going to be Shuni take down the side of Spanky. Back-to-back kills up onto that hill area, especially a lot of action going on with that rooftop and the pool area. And we do see that is going to be the side of KAOS to cross that 200 marker for the first in this map.
Yeah, hitting 205 on that P1. Shiloh going to be able to win that one. Suni going to find one onto Kosti, though. This is going to be big. Markle going to be able to find the break, not going to be able to find the time. Suni going to be able to find that trade onto Markle. Also going to be able to find Massacre. Logano going to find Shiloh. Kosti going to be able to find Boyd. Every second that passes is a dagger in the side of Houston Spartans. They need this time. Really, they just need KAOS to not get it, but KAOS continues to collect this time. One player left does get taken out by Spanky, however. P2 just around the corner. 10 seconds, not even. P2 is going to pop. KAOS is going to grab the initial. At this point, they can just stack the hill and just play time. 230 to 193 is our current score. This is a nail biter, ladies and gentlemen. Houston going to manage to get on the point. KAOS only need 20 seconds. However, Houston only need 50. This is a close one. Boyd, absolute beamer on the young man, snapping onto that player in the back. Boyd going to be able to find another one onto Kosti. Markle going to find one onto Massacre. The break is in. Spanky looking for these rotational gunfight wins as he's waiting for these players to rotate towards P3 from P2. Big attempt at a contest there. Big win at a Shiloh. He's going to get traded out. And it looks like that is going to do it for map 1 KAOS. Bit of a slow start, but they picked up, and they picked up quick.
Yeah, I mean, how they have just like just control the entire pacing of the game in their own favor, especially on a map like Skyline, where you have a lot of these tremendous rotation, insane rotations, where you can just like get caught out from the attacking side. Is just something what KAOS is just able to answer it back and forth against an opponent like Houston Spartans. And again, talking about the side of Houston Spartans, we have seen pretty good performance actually from both sides. We have seen KAOS going up against really good teams like home at Brooklyn, Slane, and answering them back and forth. So it's a great here. It's, I would say, a pretty balanced head-to-head fight coming in from both sides. It was almost a game for the side of Houston, and I would say in overall we did saw KAOS just being 1 or 2 steps ahead of him to counter every other positional play coming in from the side of Houston and Spartan. But we still have a couple of maps left, and let me remind you folks, this is a best of 5. It's not a best of 3, so there's actually a lot of time for the side of Houston Spartan to make up a comeback in any other map.
No, 100% there is, and there was a lot of positives to take away from that map. A lot of negatives too, though. You come out hot, you come out frying. You've got over a hard points point worth of leads. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. You have over a 60-point lead at one point, and you managed to choke that. You were very close to the finish line at that time too, and I don't know if KAOS was trolling off the rip or what, but it's not a great look for the brand of Houston Spartans. S&D coming up next, though, so that's going to be interesting. I don't know what the map is. It was posted in
the second map is Hacienda.
Oh, Hossie, S&D. It's gonna be an interesting one. Bullet, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, my thoughts are always the same. When it comes down that if your team is not able to take map number one, which is the hardcore map, I feel like when you're trying to get onto that really good mindset of staying alive in the entire series, you should be able to counter it out in the second map of Search and Destroy, because Search and Destroy is all about the tactical play. Search and Destroy is all about the coordination. I mean, I'm not trying to say hardcore and control are different, but Search and Destroy kind of like requires a very step up from these two modes that you play in the competitive level of course. So Search and Destroy again is one of my favorites, so that's why maybe I'm praising the entire mode. But I feel like yes, for the side of Houston Spartan, that they have completely shown a really good gameplay against the side of Chaos. But again, Chaos was just like a 1 or 2 step ahead of him. I feel like Houston Spartan might and they should definitely take map number 2 in their side if they want to remain alive in this series. But 2-0 is a kind of like a map score you don't want to be on the bottom of the payload.
No, 100%. You don't want to be facing elimination after 2 maps. You don't want to be facing the series loss after. You want to even it up here. But without further ado, let's jump in to round 1 S&D. Suni going to be able to find that first blood. Markle going to be able to find one as well before Shiloh comes in for the trade. Markle going to be able to find a second on the round, making this a 3v1. Markle does get tagged up. Big read there from Coasty, but just not enough in the tank.
It was quick. I just gave you a throw. I was just trying to have my ice cream over here by turning on my mic off, and that was quick. A first shot taken up from the side of Chaos, and it says a lot about the entire potential of this team and how they're just able to answer it back and forth, especially when we do see the side of what is going to be the side of Chaos remaining in the defense defensive side for the first round. On the second round, is Chaos going to be in the attack? We do see bomb taken up from the side of Boy. They are targeting the side of B right now. We do see a kind of like a semi-rush. Everybody's just kind of like escalating on towards the side of B. We do see a couple of grenades going in as well, but that's going to be a double coming up from the side of Chaos. One of the trade is definitely going to happen right towards the side of Logano, but that is going to happen at bomb site A. The still entire team is at bomb site B. We do see Lacoste having that little bit of information that they're going to plant soon, possibly. Yeah, there you go. The bomb has been planted at B. Shiloh coming in from the left staircase. Boyd gets one. Lacoste goes down. And of course, the overall man advantage comes down to a 1v3 clutch scenario. He gets one, though, trying to back off from the fight, but he will be taken out from Shiloh eventually. Now it's going to be a 2-0, and both of the attacking and defensive rounds goes up straight into the favor of Chaos, and this Search and Destroy happening at Hashi.
Yeah, Chaos did a great job in that round of sort of finding the opening 2 and then taking their advantageous gunfights. Really all Search and Destroy comes down to is numbers and knowing what gunfights you can win and what gunfights are not advantageous to you.
Yeah. Let's see, at this point of time, it's 2-0. Might see like a small iteration of the comeback happening in from Sarah Fulton's Spartan. Ooh! Massacre trying to switch on the secondary will be completely taken out. Mark Hill will be completely taken out from Sarah Massacre. He takes down to take the second guy out as well. It's a 3v2 now. One more coming up from the side of Logano. Possibly a good round coming in for the side of Houston Spartan as now. They are in that man advantage. Massacre coming up back-to-back. 4 kill, possibly a third. Nah, not going to happen. Possibly a fifth, not going to happen. Houston Spartan takes down their first round in this Search and Destroy, which is going to be the map number 2, of course. So if you're tuning in for the first time, I would like to remind you that the first map has already been won from the side of Chaos on the map of Skyline with a scoreline of 250 to 207. And we did saw a couple of good plays, actually a great plays coming up from the side of Houston Spartan in the first map of Hardpoint as well. But right now, it is going to be the side of Chaos, which seems to be a little bit of a more control over the entire strat play coming in from the side of Houston Spartan, where it's the overall positioning, where it's been in getting those potential 2v3 and 2v4s that we have seen in the second round as well. Let's see what they can do in there. Again, the fourth round of the attacking side now. Market takes on that is going to be a TK. Okay.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Houston here. Suni left in a 1v4. think he does get info on that player. Yes, he may have. Yeah, he does. Now he definitely does. Not going to be able to hit those initial shots, but doesn't matter. He is going to be good for the kill. Does get cleaned up, though. And Houston take their second round.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of that small humpy dumpy mistakes coming up from the side of Chaos. Mark Hill or Bird, one of them did a friendly fire and that resulted in a TK, and that's okay, I would say. But yeah, don't let the side of Fusion Spartan get ahead of you by a couple of rounds, because it's going to be again a first to 6 round victory coming up in this Search and Destroy. But overall, good play coming in from both sides. Massacre as the bomb, Houston Spartan on the attacking side in round number 5.
Yeah, and tying the game up at 2-2. That's going to be huge for the momentum. Massacre tucked away in a corner, trying to bait one of these players in. Coasty not going to be able to find anything. Spanky in the back line. Suni going to be able to find Massacre. Marco going to find Shiloh. That's going to make it a 2v4. Coasty gets tagged up, make it a 1v4 for Spanky. Gets tagged up, taken out, and KAOS are not playing around again. They are they're taking this serious.
Yeah. I mean, both of the teams are giving each other hell at this point of time. I would say honestly, both of the teams are actually able to have show what they are capable of, in the next round. Chaos, yes, we did saw taking them back to back to 2-round lead. Then we see Houston Spartan getting a two up front for them side, and now Chaos back in the third one for their side. I feel like there's going to be a part and parcel that we see in a football match. One goal for you, one goal for me, and in the end, it'll all come down to that one last round to decide who's going to be winner of this second map.
Yeah, that definitely could be the case. But on the flip side, I have seen teams get hot on S&D before, and Massacre's position is known and well known to the side of Chaos. It is the classic behold. May just go for the ninja defuse. Nope, he's going to go for 2. Massacre going to be able to find a big double before getting taken out. That's going to be all 4 dead for the side of Chaos. And Houston Spartans are going to tie us up at 3 rounds apiece.
Yeah. Let's see. At this point of time, it does seems like Houston Spartan are in that same tray that Chaos on how actually Chaos is able to restrict the entire team of Houston Spartan, and Spartan are able to kind of do the same when it comes down to the following round. So a great play indeed. But now it comes down to that one quick play that will be I feel like that will definitely happen. One of the teams were going to be in the attacking side. Now for this case, Spartan will kind of take a quick rush on to one of the sides, go and plant the bomb, and take the post plant situation as soon as possible. Logano is going to be stunned for a couple of seconds here, coming up with a guilty play. We do see the side of Logano making sure and making a move here. Definitely sees one, having that information. Those come up for that huge initial rush. Takes everybody out. Logano got the triple. He's still alive. A multi-kill. And now it's going to be a 1v2. Shiloh in a defensive attacking 1v2.
Yeah, and Shiloh left in a tough position. Doesn't have bomb. Doesn't have any info on either of these players. He just has to hope to catch one and then have a 50-50 gunfight, but these players are stacked up together. Logano seemingly knows exactly where he is. Big tag. Shiloh is weak, and yep, there it is. The trade comes in, and Chaos once again with a round lead.
Yeah, overall, I would say a good play again. Coming in, from both sides. I will especially give, Logano the credit for this particular round, because he was just able to read on the entire play coming up from the side of, Houston Spartans, because of how he was able to take down 3 guys coming in your opponent from a different, perspective, different angle, is something that tells that you are just very capable of, winning those standoff, more of winning those 1v2, 1v3s and everything. He definitely seems like Chaos will try to end this quick now. They're in a 4-3 round score. They just need 2 more rounds, but retaliation comes up from the side of Coasty, but no. It's going to be the side of Houston Spartan yet again to win up the 4th round from this. And now it is a 4-4. So, yeah, like I told you, like a small little game of soccer going up here. 1 goal for you, 1 goal for me. And it definitely comes down to that one final round, honestly, Flash. Honestly, it will just come down to that, one of the team going on with a 5-5, the first team to approach on the 5th round score. And then the other team will go on to win out the following one. And yeah, it would all comes down to that one final run, my opinion, round number 13, round number 12, whatever you want to call it.
Round 11, yeah, I know exactly what you mean, but I don't know. We'll see. I definitely think both of these teams have the potential to go on a 2-round run here and sort of block us from getting to see that round 11. Suni in a dangerous spot. Big read, not going to be able to get that kill, though. Markle is going to find the opener. Spanky is going to find the equalizer onto Markle. Suni in a great spot to play upset here. Spanky is just looking for any intel on anyone. Suni was spotted and has escaped, though, and is now just tucked away in a corner. Spanky looking for anything, really anything that KAOS is willing to give him right now. Looks like it's going to be an A take here. Spanky's going to get tagged up. Boyd going to back up and play his life. Spanky into secret. Suni's still tucked away.
Mm-hmm. Right now, we might see that very end-to-end gameplay happening, and Shuni will be caught out from the side of Shiloh. He was more than prepared, though, holding angle for pretty long. But Logano will get another one. Boy, he's on fire. He's on fire today. And he knows for a fact that's going to be Spanky, but Spanky will be able to take on the side of Logano. Now it's going to be a 2v1 scenario. Boyd left down in a close plan situation. He needs to close this out before Houston Spartan can take this to 5th round for themselves. Probably gets one. Nah, you'll be taken care of. And that's going to be Houston Spartan to actually, again, be on the side to kind of like take the lead back and forth again in this search and destroy.
Yeah, and Houston going to take their this is actually their first lead of the S&D, and they just put themselves in a position to succeed there. They isolated the 1v1s with all the players in that 3v3 and just went from there. Doing a great job getting bomb down with just the right amount of time left, and Logano just, he's playing really well right now, but just if there was just a little more in the tank, or if Suni had a little more in the tank, it could definitely be a different story. Posty going to get tagged up. Shiloh trying to hit these wall banks. Shiloh currently 11-5. Talk about a monster. Logano gets tagged up once again. Massacre going to be able to find that one. Boyd, however, is going to be able to find the equalizer. Trades back and forth. Massacre gets out with his life. Markle is heavily tagged up. Bomb has been planted as well. Massacre taking a route to get to Boyd. 2v2. Massacre going to be able to find Suni. The info is known. His position is known. Big win there. Oh my goodness. And gets to the bomb with just enough time left for the defuse. Houston Spartans are going to take map 2. Told you we weren't seeing around 11.
Yeah, and that prediction was completely busted on. And I love to see Houston Spartan winning this out at 6-4, because we did saw KAOS taking that early control when it comes down to the entire play. We did saw how they were able to just take back-to-back 2 rounds for the first 2 rounds for their side, and then we did saw Houston Spartan getting back in control. But yeah, they were able to again change the pace of the game for their side, and this was kind of like a vice versa play that was entirely on the map number 1, because it was the side of again Houston Spartan to be on the early map control, and then it was the side of KAOS to get back-to-back trade and back-to-back counter play coming up from their side to take map number 1 for their side. And like I said, if you don't want to feel the heat of the entire series, you just need to take map number 2 with you.
Yeah, no, and they did a great job of equalizing there. I just wonder if I wonder if they're just going to be outskilled or outslayed in the respawns. That is the big question. And with the control coming up next, the slaying power is everything in control. So much more important than in hardpoint. Just you have the limited respawns. If you get a 4 dead or a 3 dead, it gives you such a massive advantage in taking that control point, extending that time, getting those ticks in your favor. So it's going to be interesting to see how Houston Spartans sort of bounce back and if they're going to be able to keep up with the slaying pace of KAOS. KAOS, however, has to bounce back from a tragic loss in that S&D. I can see this map going either way. All the momentum is on Houston's side, but KAOS they seem to just have the hotter guns today.
Yeah, I mean, at this point of time, it can be again, it can be anyone's series because both of them have shown tremendous gameplay. But this comes down to that, that kind of like a comeback coming up from the side of Houston Spartan when it comes down to search and destroy, or whether it's be the side of KAOS to kind of like show what's the real deal when it comes down to map number of Hardpoint. Our second map again is going to be the side of Hashi, folks, where we're going to see the control action coming up very shortly.
We just watched the control. Sorry. No, we just watched the S&D. We just watched the S&D.
Yeah, we're going to watch.
What's our third map?
It was the second. Now we're going to go to the third map. That is going to be Hashi again. Yeah.
Okay.
So I feel like everybody is just getting inside the lobby, and we will be now jumping down to the third game pretty soon. But I feel like Hashi, when it comes down to control, don't get me wrong, I feel like it's a very compact map for a mode like control, where there are limited number of respawns. You gotta protect all of the manpower advantage on your side. Try to give less to your opponent. Try to give health to your opponent, and just try to take like less damage from your side. But I'm pretty excited if any of these maps go to either way. I'm pretty excited what's going to happen on the map of Vault, because again we're gonna see the hardpoint action again happening on the map of Vault, which is going to be our fourth map. And I feel like hardpoint on a map like Vault is a pretty serious one, and pretty hard one. Not a hard one, but a pretty competitive one for the entire design of the map overall in terms of the competitive play.
No, I completely agree. But we got map 3 control on Hashi coming up, and we're gonna have to wait and see how that pans out. And you as well, you also are, because you're gonna have to wait for us to get back off this break. We'll see you then.
Yeah,
welcome
boys.
back. Map 3 underway here, and Houston Spartans going to make early progress. Sorry, that's a lie. KAOS going to make early progress over at this B point. Big win there at a Logano. The pinch is in, though. Soon you're going to be able to find the trade onto Massacre. My name is Night Flash, and I am joined by Bullet. If you're just joining us here, Coasty going to be able to find that one. Bullet, how are you feeling about this series?
This can go anywhere around. I mean, if this would have been KAOS taking the victory on the second map of Search and Destroy, again, I would definitely say for a fact that Houston Spartan are losing the grip on the entire play. But at this point of time, it seems to be anyone's game right now. We do see again Houston Spartan taking the early control on this entire third map of Hashi again, on being the control the entire game more. But for again, we do see the side of KAOS taking that, slow and steady kind of like an approach on their side, and actually winning over the side of Houston's partner for the entire response left 16-15 now. Not a huge difference, but you got to check out the side of Shuni 8-3. And for the side of Houston Spartan, it's everyone's contribution going on an equal way, except for a fact that Spanky is on 0-3, and I'm pretty sure that he will be able to kind of like retaliate and show up at like a comeback attitude as soon as possible.
Bounce back is the word you're looking for.
Bounce back.
Boyd going to be able to find that one. Coasty, however, is going to be able to clear the point. 2 ticks of progress made on A. B already gone, and 120 to play with. 11-11 is the life count. Shiloh, however, is going to put a dent in that. 10-9 now for the side of KAOS. Big movement, play out a Spanky to find Markle. Big wins there out of Logano on to Coasty, and 8-7. Boyd not going to be able to win that one. 7-7, 7-6. Trades just going back and forth. Finally, we get some consistency in the kill feed. 2 purples in a row. 2 reds in a row, though. 5-5. 1 kill away for both sides to just make this an S&D massacre. Has been tagged up, called out. Boyd is doing his best to find one of these players and just put them on the back foot. Put them on that respawn timer. Spanky with big tags into both those players. This could be tragic. Spanky is going to send 1 player to the Shadow Realm. Logano left up in a 3v4. Big win there out of Markle, making it a 3v3. 15 seconds remain in the round. Boyd is going to fall. Massacre going to be able to find that one. Logano going to be able to find the shots. Not going to be able to find the kill. Finally, the clock does get stopped once again. Markle going to be able to find Massacre. Logano going to get sniffed out. Markle going to be able to find the trade. 1v1. 5 seconds remain. This player is tucked away bottom U. He's running up to top white, stopping the clock. Spanky does spot him.
Yeah.
And Houston Spartans, by the skin on their teeth, take round 1.
Yeah, a great matchup again being shown from both sides. I mean, KAOS was also almost on a brink of winning this first round for them. So I had a great again, like a vice versa retaliation play coming up from the side of Houston Spartan, and we have seen that happening again and again when it comes down from the starting of this series. Let's be the match number 1, which was, of course, they were not able to take that, but we have seen that happening in map number 2 as well for the side of Search and Destroy, which happened here, same at the map of Ashi. So that entire mindset, the entire attitude is kind of like helping a lot the side of Houston Spartan. I would say, yes, KAOS are definitely doing a perfect, almost perfect job. But for this map and previous map that we saw on Search and Destroy, it is being the side of Spartan to be very on point with their positional play, be very, very on point with their trade games as well.
Yeah, Shiloh. I'll hop on board with him momentarily. 10-9, Massacre 10-8. Trades going back and forth, tied in lives. No real progress being made so far, though, and that is going to be the key difference. Suni going to be able to find 2 in the back. Instantly flips around, trying to get this spawn trap set up is the side of KAOS. Big tags, big win there at Itsuni. 10-10 is what Shiloh is currently sitting at. Shiloh going to be able to find that one before getting traded out. Boyd with a beautiful snap onto Shiloh. Markle going to be able to find one in the background. Logano just posted up in a cruddy corner. Not going to let them come through the top, but they've made their way in. Logano going to be able to find 1, going to be able to find 2. Gets the tags into the 3rd. Markle's there to find the 3rd. Make it the 4th. A clean 4 dead. 20 seconds remain on the clock, and it's looking dire for Houston Spartans.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the second round, KAOS are ahead of the side of Houston Spartan by a mile. I mean, I would say 10 miles at this point of time. Not a lot of time left, and we do see the side of Houston Spartan kind of like losing out on the entire play. And yeah, there we go. Going to be the side of KAOS to win out this particular round on their side. 1-1 to each. Again, first to 3 rounds. It seems like a long road ahead for both of the sides to kind of like reassure the victory coming up in the map number 3 and take that one map lead to their side. But again, when I was like looking at the entire stats, looking at the paper, looking at the entire board and everything, it did seem to me like the side of chaos will might go steamroll the side of Houston's pattern. Not don't take me wrong. No disrespect to the players coming out from the side of Houston's pattern. Chaos look better on paper that I have seen previously in the weekly cups and the previous Rising Stars weekend cup as well. But today I see a major evolvement and like a overall improvement coming up from side of Houston's pattern in terms of the overall gameplay, in terms of how they are just challenging out their opponent team. It's a huge, I would say, an evolution coming up from the entire team. So kudos to them for that.
Yeah, and it's once again, it's trades going back and forth. Spanky left up to find this player on B. However, one of his teammates in Massacre is going to be able to find it. Spanky going to get up, down, and dirty up near the attacker spawn. Boyd and Logano going to set up here for a top hit. Spanky going to be able to make that read. Logano is going to fall, but Suni going to be able to find Spanky. Shiloh lurking up top white, or top office, sorry. Not going to spot that player lurking in top office, though, and they were so close together. Markle going to be able to find one. A little bit of an overheat, not going to be able to find the second. Boyd still posted up, playing the cutoff lanes, locking it down. Big win there out of Markle to keep that player off the flank. Big win there from Logano. Is he going to be able to find more? Yes, he is. No, he's not. Gets shut down. Massacre with the pistol, just with absolutely massacring shots. Beautiful play out of him. Once again, a bit more progress being made this round for the side of Chaos than the previous round for Houston Spartans. Big shots there. Coasty not going to be able to find anything else. Spanky is going to be there for the trade, but is it going to be enough? It may be too little too late. No, it is not. The support continues to fly into this B zone. Shiloh not going to be able to win that one, but Coasty's there for the trade. Progress once again being made at B. 12-11 is the life count. 1 minute of extra time has been secured, giving them a minute and 20 seconds to take this a point or find these 11 kills. Boyd with an unfortunate team kill there. That's finally going to put Chaos at a life disadvantage. 8-10. Logano with the read. Big win there from him, allowing his teammates to sort of set up and get out of spawn. They have to read Coasty here, though. Big win. Finds two before getting traded out by Boyd. Shiloh and Massacre are there to fill the void left by Boyd. And Tsuni going to be able to find one. 5-7. Shiloh not going to be able to find anything. Make it 5-6. 40 seconds remaining. No respawns for the side of Chaos, and Massacre is on a pinch. Going to be able to find the first. Finds the second, making this a 1v6 for Tsuni. Not going to be able to find it. Houston Spartans close out the round. However, Chaos has comfortably secured the defensive round 5 at this point.
Yeah. Overall, it seems like very point-to-point gameplay coming off in this round. Both of the teams are just fighting till the last drop of HP remaining in their respawns there. But again, it's going to be sad of now Houston Spartan to be on that lead for this control. They just need that one final victory in this control mode, and one round final round victory to secure that play, and a great play indeed from the side of Chaos as well. Right now, we do see the side of both the teams starting off the third round. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of time left, as this is going to be a one final round. Might be not that one final round, because at this point of time, it is Houston Spartan to be on that very offensive confidence play. Logano goes down. There's going to be the side liquidity. Trusuni comes up with the retrade. We do see nobody actually approaching towards the side of site A, except for the fact that now we do see the side of Houston Spartan taking that control over there. And now Lakosi coming up to counterattack the side of side B.
Coasty he's just got a snapper on him, man. I'll tell you what, Spanky on the point. knows there's a player lurking bottom. You not going to be able to find some shots into him. Not going to be able to find the kills quite yet. Bought his team enough time for the reinforcements to show up, though. Boyd going to be able to find one, and trades just back and forth. Logano is going to be good for 2. No progress still made on B. Suni.
At this point of time, we do see, we do see the side of Cooney going in for like 24 frag. Insane gameplay for the side of Fusion Sparta 23 coming up from Lacoste. Massacre actually contributing a lot. I would say everybody's contributing a lot when it comes down to the side of both the teams. But these couple of individuals are showing their better side in this particular round. Not a lot of time left, not a lot of response left. This progress being stopped. Almost contestment coming up from the side of KAOS. Double kill. Logano trying to get the third silo spank. He goes down 16-14 now. Shuni gets one more. This might be it for the side of Houston Spartan. Maybe. Only time can tell. 2 seconds remaining. Not a lot of time left. 16-12 now. Houston Spartan losing the entire grip on the game as soon as we speak.
Yeah, and it's tough for them. They had such a good hold going on B. Just the stack never really came in, and KAOS was able to shut it down. However, we do have that round 5. KAOS just has to do the exact same thing this round as they did last round for the win. Houston gonna have to get our first attacking round win in this map if they want to take a 2-1 lead over KAOS. It's going to be an uphill battle, but I think they may have it in them, although both their attack rounds have looked a little shaky.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it definitely looked a little bit shaky for both of your teams when it comes down to the I would say the second round where we saw the side of Fusion taking the control. But now it comes down to that one final assault from both sides. Not a lot of time left as we get onto the round. Spanky coming up with the first player. Boys takes down the second. Spanky comes up with another one. Markel takes down the side of Spanky. Now it's like a trade game happening left, right, and center. But it's going to be Houston Spartan to win out in the first one. And the entire, almost like an entire flush coming up from the side of Houston Spartan. We could see now KAOS trying to equalize the entire lives remaining. Lacoste comes up with a wall bang on Markel. That's going to be resulted in another great pick. You see at this point of time, Logano is just going insane, if you ask me honestly, and Lacoste, it's against the side of Lacoste going up against Logano, 28-25 from side of Suni as well. So it just seems like Markel, Suni, Logano are just like kind of like raising hell against the side of Houston Spartans. But as we speak, it's going to be Houston Spartan to be on that small little lead which they have right now, and of course they are also able to almost control 2 segments of a B point for their side.
Yeah, and now it's really, they really have to go here is what KAOS has to do. Going to be able to find the first is Logani. Is Suni. He's going to be good for 2. Markel is going to be able to find the third. Spanky is going to find a bit of an equalizer there. Make it 2. Markel, however, is going to be able to find 2 of his own onto Massacre and Coasty. Boyd going to be able to find one onto Spanky. Shiloh finds one onto Logano. 13-13 is the life count. Suni going to be able to get some tags. Not going to be able to find the kill. Boyd is there for the trade. Spanky in a great position here. Makes the read, makes the play, finds 2, but Markel finds one of his own. Massacre running to this B point. It is now or never, fellas. 18 seconds remain in this game. If they cannot capture this point, big win there out of Boyd. 7-7. 13 seconds remain now, and Spanky is just in a great position to play upset. Going to be able to find the first. 5-7 is the life count. 5-6. 3-6. And B is going to be captured. Now, if you're the side of KAOS, you chalk this up and you have to play for these rotational gunfight wins. But Merkel isn't even up for the challenge. 2v6. What can they do here? Logano not going to be able to find that one. And Boyd gets traded out. Houston Spartans climb the mountain, reach the summit in round 5 of our control, giving us our first offensive round win of the map, and it's what they needed.
Yeah, an insane play coming up from both sides, I was saying, this one final round where, of course, it's going to be the side of Fusion Spartan to take up that sweet victory. And what a great play coming from KAOS. So the marker is at 33, Suni at 32. Insane. A couple of frags from these individuals. I would say the same for the side of Fusion Spartan, but yeah, KAOS was just like, a little inch away for securing that victory coming up in the third map of Hashi. But as you can see, folks, that is going to be a 2-1 map score coming up for favoring the side of Houston, and we'll be going in back to the hard point on the map of Vault.
Yeah, and I definitely think Houston can close it out here. They just have to come out hot and stay hot. That's the key. On the flip side, KAOS, we watched them have an awesome comeback on the Skyline hard point. So it's going to be interesting to see if KAOS are going to be able to come out hot and sort of roll with it, or if our number 1 seed is going to fall to our number 8 seed.
Yeah, I mean, only time can tell. And like you said, they got to come in hot, they got to stay hot, and they just need to be on that their top of the gameplay, and just maintain that overall momentum that they have kind of like shifted out towards for themselves in the third map of Hashi. But now as the map is going to change, the mode is going to change, I feel like that this can be anyone's gameplay again. We did saw KAOS getting very close in the end against the matchup against Houston Spartan. But for now, folks, we'll take a short little break before we proceed on to map number 4 for this matchup. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back to the map number 4, which is again going to be the side of Vault on the mode of Hardpoint. We have seen Houston Spartan taking the map score to 2-1. All they need to just close it out in this matchup on how they were very close on the mode of Hardpoint for map number 1. I'm being again joined from my friend Night Flash over here on the casting desk. Night Flash, what do you think about this one? This one final map?
Might be.
Yeah.
Big emphasis on Mike. Houston definitely has the momentum here, and momentum can be such a powerful thing. But also, like, if KAOS finds a way to battle back here, it may just absolutely chalk Houston's vibes, and it may just be the end of the series on the other side of things. Logano not going to be able to find anything, as Shiloh is going to be able to find that kill. Shiloh in a great position to get this P2. I haven't seen a Vault played in so long, so I'm so pumped for this. Posty is going to get taken out. Spanky going to be there for the trade. Logano going to be locking things down in the back, going to be able to find 2. Massacre is going to find that one onto Logano, and once again, Houston Spartans are in control of this hard point. It is do or die for KAOS here. They have to get on this point. It's really not do or die. I'm just trying to hype it up a little bit. Only a 9-point lead so far. That's easily recoverable. However, you don't want things to get out of hand. You want to keep this match as close as possible if you're on the losing side. And obviously, if you're on the winning side, you just want to run away with it. And KAOS does manage to tie us up at 26 apiece, trades going back and forth. KAOS finally able to take a lead. Gonna soak the rest of this time. However, they do have to start thinking about rotation over to P3. Spanky is going to follow Logano. Good for that one. Markle trying to find some shots into these players, but doesn't actually spot anything other than in top art, and that is a tough gunfight to win. Massacre going to get shot in the back by Tsuni. Tsuni going to continue to soak this time. The rest of his team falls. However, no break is even in the process of happening. Spanky going to hop onto the contest spot. Their teammates are there to clean up the pieces, and yeah, just back and forth is how this game's going to go, it seems.
Yeah, at this point of time, again, this is a very close game. If you see, honestly, we did saw since Sparta taking the charge of taking charge early in this hard point, and again, it's going to be a fireback coming up from the side of KAOS, 59-37. Slowly closing down their first 100-point marker. Massacre gets taken off from the side of market with the assault rifle being in play, and now we do see the side of Spanky making up for that. Kind of like a rotation cutoff in the end, but we did see someone right here. There you go. Almost gets him out though. It's gonna be a small reslide, and Boyd goes down. Markel takes down the side of Shiloh in that trade game. Lucy side of Logano not backing up anytime soon. 14-7, a double what Spanky has achieved in terms of the overall frag in this map.
Yeah, Logano off to a hot start here, just head and shoulders above everybody else. It seems 16-7. His current KD. Massacre going to be able to find one onto him. Big win out of Tsuni. Door gets popped. Tsuni's there. He finds it. Does finally get traded out by Shiloh. Shiloh's tagged up down to one shot. Big challenge here from Markle. Going to be able to find that one. Not going to be able to find anything else, but Posty has somebody nearby trying to play upset. They do finally get taken out. Markle, good shots, but not good enough to find the kill. Posty going to go up to top cat, play for these cutoffs. Not going to be able to find anything, but Spanky is going to be able to find two.
Yeah. Again, it's going to be the side of KAOS to achieve that first 100-pointer here in the fourth map of hardpoint. Of course, that we're seeing on the side of Wolf, we do see a couple of good rotation cutoffs, honestly, coming in from the side of Houston Spartans, able to take the pace of the game to their side. Massacre goes down, trying to control the point for the longest period. Now it's going to be Houston Spartan yet again. Back-to-back trade games. Suni also stepping up his game, 11-12. A lick at the side of Logano. He's on a double-digit point, his second double-digit. That is going to be 21. Shiloh gets one more, but Mark Hill will be able to take down the side of Massacre out now. Soon as no, slow and steady is the approach again coming up from the side of KAOS, as they are able to take control back of this hard point. As we do see the side of Houston Spartan trying to just flank him from both angles. Shiloh comes up from behind, gets one though, possibly going inside with no utility play, and he'll be taken care of immediately.
Yeah, Logano's going to be able to find that one, and up by Brock. Not going to be able to find anything else. However, he is into the point. Going to be able to find one on time and continue to soak it. Finds a second lurking in the back. Does get tagged up by that nade. That's unfortunate. Does get taken out by Spanky. Spanky going to soak this time. Nobody opting to chow. It's now the battle of new, the battle of rotation. Boyd going to be able to find the opener, making these players spawn deep P2, not even near P3. They can't even smell it from where they're at. P3 about to pop, and the rotation is on. The initial is going to go the way of KAOS, but Coasty going to do his best to not let that happen. He's going to find one on the Logano. Not going to be able to find anything else. Shiloh is going to be able to find Boyd from across the map. Marco going to be able to find Shiloh. Logano finds Spanky. Massacre finds Marco. Trades back and forth. I can't keep up. Tsuni going to be able to find that one. Finds a second before getting taken out by Spanky.
Yeah, 152 to 102. Very close game. Honestly, it was a close game in play. Honestly, coming up in the 4th minute and 5th minute marker, but as soon as it comes down to the very end minutes of the game, just 3 minutes and 2 single left on the clock, we do see the reclaim must happen from the side of Houston Spartan as we speak. But it's KAOS to be quite ahead in terms of the score, in terms of the entire map control. falling to their side. We do see Markel finish on that second kill coming up to the secondary switch. Shiloh comes in from behind, quick retake towards Markel, and now slowly and steadily KAOS is just trying to fight back at it.
I wouldn't even say fight back at it. They're just trying to make this mountain insurmountable. They're trying to give Houston an insurmountable task to accomplish by coming back in this game. Currently just at an 80 point, just shy of an 80-point lead right now. And Boyd on a bit of a spree himself, 20 and 17. Logano 29 and 13. Talk about a stat line there, more than a 2.0 KD out of him. Just beautiful play. Make it 30. He gets the 30 bomb. Make it 31 as he is just absolutely frying right now. Markle going to push forward. Doesn't find the shots into that player, but Boyd was on a 2. Suni going to be able to find that one on the Spanky. Shiloh going to be able to find Suni. Big play here out of Boyd. Spots that player, finds a shot. Not going to be able to find much more than that. Bit of an overheat there by Shiloh, but it doesn't matter. His teammates are there to pick up the pieces. Spanky and Massacre are going to be able to find a couple. And finally, we see some life out of Houston Spartans. They went dormant there for a minute.
Yeah, at this point of time, it's a huge, kind of like a blowback coming up on the face of Houston Spartan. They are just around 125, not even able to cross 150 point mark coming up from what they saw, and it's very confident to say now. I would say much confidence to say that KAOS are being the better side when it comes down to hardpoint. Definitely the better side when it comes down to the overall game of just just being on that better positional play, just being on just able to just cut off all of the rotations coming in from your opponent team, how they are just utilizing every other piece of utility which they have. It's a trophy, stun, nades, everything slow and steady. But now it's 228 to Houston Spartan at 127. Yes, a possible comeback can happen. Yeah, definitely. It's out of Houston Spartan. They're very close to it in the first hard point as well. But at this point of time, it definitely seems like it's going to be this out of KAOS to even out the map score with a 2-2.
Yeah, KAOS just kind of running away with it at this point. They're just rubbing salt in the wound of Houston Spartans right now. 2 seconds remaining. 1. KAOS takes map 4, sending us to a map 5. It's going to be a map 5 S&D, and maybe this time we'll be able to see that ever illustrious round 11. That's what everybody's here to see. That's what everybody wants to see. Round 1 opening day, and that's what we're looking for here.
Yeah. Overall, I would say great game coming up from both sides, but again, it was like the map number 3 when that it was that of Houston Spartans to take back that late control, which kind of like in a similar way happened for the side of KAOS in this one indeed, but by a huge margin. I would say if this would have been a case from what we saw, what happened in map number 1, I would say definitely a good play coming up from the side of Houston Spartan. But again, now we are going down to that one final map of Dealer. Now it's that one map where I have not personally experienced it firsthand as a caster on the desk, here at the U18 COD League, where it's been the weekly league or the weekend cup. So I'm in a bit for like a roller coaster ride of what both of the teams can pull off on the one final map of Search and Destroy. So let's see. I mean, it's Search and Destroy in the end. It all comes down to that tactical play.
You're right, but I don't know. Something about Dealership just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know if it's how small it is or how poorly designed it is, or I'm just at this point I'm just coming for Activision's throat. But I'm personally I'm not a fan of Dealership. I know that it is a very popular map, though. It's very small, tight angles with some longer angles as well, so those ARs can still sort of do their thing. But I would definitely say Dealership is more of a subs paradise than anything. Pretty corners, interactive stuff that you can interact with on the map. You can shoot out some vents that gives you some different angles of attack. Yeah, Dealership, not my favorite, but it is definitely going to be interesting to see how these two teams sort of adapt to the situation. Game 5. S&D Dealership coming up next after this.
Yes, sir. We're going to take a short little break, folks, and we're gonna come up with our one final map in this video. I mean, first map going to map number 5. We are definitely off with a banger start on this broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming up with a very short break. Well, folks, we are back. Yeah, we are back to map number 5, and which is going to be the one final map to decide who's going to be the winner in this series right now. And of course, it's going to be a search and destroy. We do see an early, man advantage be taken from the side of Fusion Spartan. Two other folks remaining here at on the attacking side, and we do see Shiloh remaining still very eager, and he knows for a fact there's going to be someone coming in from the side of the window pane over there. But now Shuni will be able to take him down, and now it's going to be a 1v3. Nope.
Houston Spartans coming out hot. They're coming out showing that this #1 seed isn't all that. That's definitely what I'm seeing anyways. Spanky going to be able to find this final kill. Just great play, sort of lurking in the back. And that's kind of what you got to do as the AR on this map. You got to sort of sit back and let the subs come to you.
Yeah. Now, the sides are going to swap. It's going to be the side of Houston Spartan to be on the attacking side and KAOS on the defend. Great to see Houston Spartan starting off the first round victory as a defensive side, because we did saw them doing a lot, not able to kind of like win in their defensive rounds for the second map of Search and Destroy. Couple of kills coming in bad for the side of KAOS. I mean, not couple, it's going to be Markel, get picked off with that explosive play. Bomb planted at B8 coming off from the side of Houston Spartans. It's going to be a 3v4 now. We do see Shuni going in for that trade kill. Ooh, he comes up with a double on the SMG. What a lovely spray control from that lad. Goes on for the third. A 1v1 now. Lacoste gets one. Now it comes down to that post-con scenario. Is already going in for defuse. And there we go.
Yeah, great job at a KAOS there. Just absolutely stellar to shut that down. Yeah, they were off to a slow start there. They lose a player off the rip to a great nade placement out of the Houston Spartans. But Suni comes up big, comes up clutch, finds 3 in the round, and he's gonna leave that with a 3 streak and the bomb defusal. So he's most likely looking at an RC car. If he doesn't already have it, it should be coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, let's see. Ooh, quick fires. I mean, Houston Spartan are coming up with all guns blazing. A very early 1v4 converted into a 1v3 now. potentially we have seen Markel actually performing great when it comes down to those 1v2 and 1v3s, almost getting those clutch in the previous hard points and the previous map. But at this point, this might be the Markel, but nah, he gets to just taken out in the end. What a great play coming in from this lad.
He almost got 3. He was definitely close to finding that third there.
Yeah, insane gameplay, slow and steady. It's not going to be the approach from either side. We do kind of like a fast pace, like a really fast paced gameplay coming up from both sides. Just kind of like escalating the entire situation as soon as possible. And we have seen, a defensive win, attacking win from the side of Houston Spartan coming up from the side of KAOS. We have only seen them, kind of like winning those defensive rounds. So, yeah, we might see the side of Houston Spartan kind of like being on that advantageous situation in this attacking round. A double for the side of Massacre with that SMG. The plan going down at side B. One of the rotation almost getting cut off. Silo. But now it's going to be Spanky. Market to do the job on Silo.
Yeah, a bit of a bait and switch there. Marco going to be able to come through to support his teammate, but it is not enough in the tank for Markle, and he's going to fall.
Yeah, I mean, both of the teams are trying their level best. Both of the teams are like we have seen tremendously as soon as possible doing the best of what they can, but at this point of time it's just going to be the side of Houston Spartan to be a couple of steps ahead for the entire pace of the game, and just doing lovely in terms of winning those rounds and winning those trade games especially. And gotta give a lot of that trade coming in from the side of Houston Spartan to Massacre. Silo Massacre gets one, Spanky gets a one more with this Mackerel. Now it's going to be a very early 4v2. Gets one, but now it's going to be a 2v3 still.
Yeah, and look, Posty going to be able to find one, finds two, and Houston are just running away with this. What's that, 4-1? They are looking to make a statement and make one early in this cup.
Yeah. At this point of time, you have to wait for a moment where KAOS can catch a breath, take a breather, and win at least the second round for their side to kind of like regain back the confidence and momentum for their side. But again, it seems like Houston Spartan are able to do a really good job of like suppressing their opponent and winning those rounds back to back.
And I'll tell you exactly what Houston's doing. They are just taking it to KAOS right now. They're not playing slow. They're not playing aggressive or passive. They're none of that. They are running it down and winning their gunfights, and that's what's winning them this game right now. They're playing faster, more aggressive, and catching KAOS off guard. Currently a 1v3 for Tsuni. If anybody can do it, he can, and even he can't. 5-1 is the round count. So much for that round 11. I think Houston closes it out here.
Yeah, I mean, they did stop. We almost going down to round number 11 on the first map of Search and Destroy with the 6-4 score line, but at this point of time, we are seeing an exceptional gameplay, an exceptional competitive play coming in from side of Houston Spartan, and just to kind of like do wonders, honestly, coming up from the side of Houston Spartan. If you ask me honestly, 1-5 will be the score line. One more round for the side of Houston Spartan to close the series out entirely in their favor. Might be the bomb getting dropped. Logano has the bomb. Spanky getting the first blur. Honestly, with the double, Spanky gets straight off with the marker. Tusuni gets the side of Massacre. A 2v2. And they don't have the bomb. Actually, they have the bomb now. They're going to take the rotation back to the bomb side B. Going in for the plant. And they're going to play that post-plant situation. Might be a possible good way of just like getting the retake in. But Houston Spartan has... again, round score favoring them side, so even if they lose to this one out, not a huge problem.
Yeah, and Suni gets read like a book there. Markle not going to be able to watch over his teammate as he had his own angles to watch. Big stun connection there. Tags are
Yeah.
in. Does not matter. Houston Spartans close it out. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the series. Houston Spartans bring us to a game 5 and close it out 5-1, 3-2 in the series. KAOS just got Nezlo'd.
Yeah, for in this search and destroy, I feel like they kind of like I don't know how to like just differentiate the entire play coming in from the side of Chaos and Houston's part. It more of like felt like Chaos was completely overthrown, completely read out left, right, and center from the side of Houston Spartan, honestly. And for the side of Houston Spartan, especially when they got that map number 2 coming up from their side, the entire confidence and the entire mindset completely, just like shifted from a different pathway to a victory pathway that they are here to win, and they just want to get that sweet little victory in this matchup against their opponent. So a very, very good series victory coming up from side of Houston Spartan, kind of like that sweet little comeback, I would say, honestly, coming up from side of Houston Spartan, and a good fight back also coming up from side of Chaos. But I would say definitely in the one last search and destroy, Houston Spartan gave him hell, because 6-1 score line says a lot in the one final map.
Yeah, that was a statement. That was a statement that they're comfortable on dealership, and they sure looked it. They're also just running it down. They played their game, and they made KAOS sort of fall on the back foot and playing more passive, which is not usually what you see out of KAOS. So them playing I think it was a mix of them playing passive and Houston being comfortable on that map, just sort of was the downfall for KAOS there. Realistically, they should have closed it out in the second S&D or in the control. They had so many opportunities to take the advantage in this series after the first map, and they just couldn't. So kudos to Houston Spartans. They were just a better team today.
Yeah, definitely. And that was that folks match, the first match of the broadcast, going up to map number 5. A lovely victory coming up from Houston Spartan. But don't go anywhere. We'll be coming up with our second match on the broadcast pretty soon. We'll take a short little break here at the U18 card broadcast. If you're watching on the Twitch, make sure to drop a follow. If you're watching it on the YouTube, make sure to like the stream and drop a subscribe for our entire team. But don't go anywhere. We'll be coming up with a short little break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Might pull up in a Porsche. Might pull up in a Porsche.
Welcome back, folks. Welcome back to the U18 Rising Stars Cup 3. I'm going to be joined by Mr. Cops 12 over here for the second match of the day, which is going to be the side of Houston facing up the team named as Pot of Gold.
Now, this should be an exciting one. Again, we just saw the Houston Spartans, the 8 seed, take down the number 1 seed. Now, a bit of a shocker, and honestly, for us, I came into this call and we were chatting and we were like, bro, KAOS did not look like themselves. And obviously the hard points are scrappy. But again, Houston Spartans, they get it done in a nice game 5 fashion. They're able to, I think they won the hard points, right? That's how they did it to get that map 5.
Yeah, they did won the last one. They were not able to get on the victory upon the first hard point, but they did it pretty good in one of the last hard points they play. So overall, I would say still I will be in that confidence to say that hard point isn't there. I would say a very strong gameplay that they have shown till yet, but they have definitely shown a lot of that caliber and skill in coming up in these search and destroy and control maps.
Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, the names may be flipped, but ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping into that map 1. It's going to be a skyline. It's going to be a banger. We got Houston Spartans taking on Pot of Gold, and let me tell you, what I saw from the double S duo, Spanky and Shiloh on Houston Spartans, they're at that last little bit of that series against, what was it, KAOS. Yes. Dude, I was like excited to see what Shiloh and Spanky can do when they're fully warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, again, I would say when it comes down to the entire momentum play, I would still say for the fact that Houston Spartan are going to be in that huge confidence, kind of like a boost coming up from their side, because they have just won a back-to-back matchup against the side of KAOS, which went on to the one final map, map number 5. So exhaustion, of course, that will be there, but again, it also comes down to that huge momentum boost that they have on their side. We do see a couple of good kills coming out from side of Lacoste, Silo, and Massacre, back-to-back 4 kills coming up for these lads. But Houston Spartan are also, Houston Spartan, Massacre, Lacoste, because the sides are wrong. Let me correct you, folks. But at this point of time, Pot of Gold are also trying to show that retaliation gameplay. Overall positioning looks pretty good coming up from side of Pot of Gold, but Houston Spartan are just being better on winning those gunfights overall. Yeah, overall, a really good gameplay coming up from both sides, if you ask me honestly. We do see a good position play coming up from the side of Pot of Gold as well. Is that Massacre right now at 12-6, and overall, we do see kind of like the roles getting very deferred and very on point. There are 2 lads trying to take control of the point, and there are two of the lads trying to go for back-to-back frags and just trying to cut the rotations off at this point of time. For the side of Pot of Gold, things look a little bit scattered around. Yes, the positional play still looks good, but in the overall winning those gunfights and winning those trade games, it does seem all of the cards getting played right from the side of Houston Spartans. And they have to anyhow kind of like stop the Wraith coming in from the side of Massacre. He's dropping bodies on the floor like crazy. 16-9, make it down to 17-10 now. Of course, he will be taken out from the side of Shifu, as you told. Shifu and the side of Meso is going to be the 5 characters coming up from the side of Pot of Gold. But I feel like it has to be the entire team contributing to the best of it, because at this point of time, now we do see Pot of Gold taking that little bit of that lead coming out in their hardpoint score line, trying to maintain it. But as soon as I say, House and Sparta are going to take back control of that hardpoint. Oops. Yeah, let's see what's going to be the play coming up from the side of Pot of Gold. Now they're back in that, not a huge lead, but they're making things work. By Tit-or-Tat, they're making things work for their side. And that's how you got to kind of approach and very super aggressive team, super, I would say, on that confidence that they have got the first map up against inside of KAOS that went on till the decider map. So it's a great way to kind of like be on the mindset on how you want to deal with your opponent. But slowly and steadily, there's going to be the side of Houston Spartan to also catch up on the entire scoreline. And Bada quickly, because we do see a couple of, more of the 2 players coming up. Ooh, on the point. Shifu gets a stab, makes down to the 3rd. Ooh, he gets a back-to-back, a triple kill coming up against the side of Houston Spartans. Yeah. Let's see what things can be in play. After by hook or crook, they are getting those numbers in for themselves and trying to kind of like, initiate a good drawback coming up against the side of Bruce's Spartan, and they're just like trying to maximize the entire lead. Shiloh trying to contest the point over here, takes down the side. Massacre going to take down the side of Keen. Smith is going to back on that trade. 148 to 187. Great utility play as well. We do see a lot of that stuns and frags getting so much utilized from the side of Houston Spartan. Might be missing it in the expectation, but I don't see the kind of like a same utility play coming up from Pot of Gold as well, honestly. Yeah, 190 to 210. Pot of Gold showing tremendous, showing a very magical gameplay, honestly, because it was out of Fusion Spartan to be on that very early control of the entire pace of the game, taking the entire map control to their side, just, commanding and dictating the entire pace of the game, and how Pot of Gold have challenged them with like a hook and crook gameplay by doing anything outmost, and especially gotta appreciate the positional play coming from both sides. But it's kind of like Pot of Gold are now winning those gunfire, winning those trade games. Especially gotta give credit to Shifu, Green, Meso, everybody from the side of Pot of Gold are now showing up in those frag numbers. Spanky trying to hold up the side of Meso, but now it's going to be the side of Massacre to take down the side of Meso. It was the side of Spooky to get out. Smith kicks one more with that SMG. A lot of that positional play is actually now favoring the side of Houston Spartan, but still they are not able to take control of the hard point to kind of like reestablish the entire scope point. I think like the sides have been the sides have been flipped a little bit, possibly a glitch in the podcast, and we'll just confirm up that, folks, because it is the side of Pot of Gold that initially it was a technical difficulty that we faced, and it was corrected later, but we will definitely correct with you. There we go. I guess it is the side of Houston Spartan to win out the first game. Oh, okay. Yeah. It happens. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. So it's okay. It's gonna be the side of Pot of Gold to kind of like be on that really good positional play, 250 to 290. Correct if I'm wrong. That was very close for both sides, but it was like Pot of Gold to again, I would say not a very huge kind of like a skill gap that we are seeing from both sides. It does seem like both of them are trying to give each other hell, and both of the teams are playing very much on point. And overall, it does seem like it might be that exhaustion point which has hit the side of Houston Spartan, because they played up to the decider map in the first matchup against the side of KAOS, and it kind of gets exhausted when you're playing back-to-back games, left, right, and center, trying to just stay alive in this entire tournament. So I feel like yes, they will definitely bounce back in map number 2, and I know Houston has a history of not playing very well in their hardpoint games that we have seen in the KAOS, that we have seen in the series against the side of KAOS as well. So I have a strong feeling they will definitely bounce back in map number 2. But for now, folks, we'll take a short little break before we go into the map number 2 with Search and Destroy happening on the map of Ashi. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Make sure to drop a follow if you're watching on Twitch. Yes, sir. Yeah, and how they have performed so well when it comes down in the game of Hardpoint, and it seems like yes, Houston Spartans, they're kind of losing out on the Hardpoint. They're trying to get him back on Search and Destroy, and they have started off pretty well now. A good couple of retreats coming from side part of gold, but in the end, it's going to be the side of Spartans to close the deal out in the first round. And we have seen them kind of like losing out the first couple of rounds and trying to make up comeback, because as far as I'm able to remember, it almost went down to the 11th and the 12th round, deciding round for the side of Search and Destroy against the side of against the team of KAOS. That resulted in a 6-4 scoreline. So it was like a back and forth game. So they have to like kind of like get that lead, I would say, honestly, back to back on their side, get a 2-0, 3-0 to get back that confidence in this series, honestly. Damn. Yeah. Corpse, can you quickly, if you're able to hear me on Discord, can you just quickly check your audio output on Video Ninja? We might be running a little bit of that technical difficulty, if I'm not wrong, but just just give it.
Hold on.
Yeah, just give it a quick little check from your side as well.
What? For yours?
I guess, yeah, he's audible, folks, and just giving the confirmation to our backend producer as well. So yeah, everything set aside now. It's going to be 2-0 for the side of Houston Spartan. Let's see what happens in round number 3.
Houston Spartans again electing to hit this top bug push. Massacre with the first blood. That is huge. Shiloh trying to chase that kill. Dean doing a good job of playing his life. That allows Chifu again to kind of hit this flank, hit this route. He's going to find one. Smith in the feed. Going to make it a 1v3. Lacoste. Well, unfortunately, too, it costs too much for him.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to see Hashi taking back, back-to-back control on the map of Search and Destroy, especially like you say, it's a huge map when it comes down to entire play. But Part of Gold also slowly and steadily, showing up that they are here for the entire series as well. They're trying to remain alive in this play. But again, for the side of Houston Spartans, we have seen definitely that they kind of get stumbled upon in their defensive round the previous series against the side of KAOS. So it's great to see them winning back-to-back defending and attacking rounds as well. So let's see what's exactly going to happen on how they're going to play these defending rounds against the side of Pot of Gold. Right now,
I love that you mentioned that, because right now these first two defensive rounds, they've played very passive. They've conceded the bomb site, and I don't know if that's a good thing. I know their retake was good last time, but with Maso and Geen finding the first 2 kills, Geen again finding a third, this is going to make it very difficult for Shiloh, who's now in a 1v4. Bomb is down. They know where he is. Shiloh picks up that kill. I mean, good gunfight win, but again, you're in a 1v3. All eyes are on you.
Yeah. 20 seconds left on the clock. 1v2 now. Shiloh gets one more. Possibly in a potential clutch situation. You see someone on the staircase over there, but now it's going to be the sad part of goal to just be on the passive play. Ooh! Shiloh gets one more. Shifu goes down. Doesn't have much time. Goes in for the defuse. The call comes up. Possibly a play. Ooh! Almost getting that. But Paul of Gold will secure round number 2 for their side. Sorry, the second round from their side. And now it's that, defensive kind of like stabbing up, back to the side of Houston Spartans, because, yeah, like I said, in their series against KAOS as well, they were not able to play a lot better in terms of the overall gameplay when it comes down to their defending round. But yeah, it's going to be a 2-2. And as you know, we are going back to the attacking side for the side of Houston Spartans.
Shiloh 5-2 for the Spartans right now. Top of the leaderboard for Pot of Gold is Smith. He's at 4-2. Been both good rounds so far. Houston electing to do a different route this time. They're gonna see how B is. Smith is the only one here. What kind of information? It's a 2-2 split for the pot of gold. The stun is out. Smith and not able to find anything. And now his player Lacoste's able to get him. The nade does roll through. So this is now a 1v3 with the kill from Spanky. Geen on the very fast flank. He's able to find one. All information comes through. The rechild is in. And again, just such fast rounds happening right now. If we're pot of gold or if we're Houston, we need to be like, hey, pump the brakes or something, because I feel like all these players are just throwing their lives.
Yeah. Again, I feel like this is going to be a back and forth gameplay of how exactly I saw them playing against that of KAOS. This might go up to the very decisive round where both of the teams will be at 5-5 scoreline. So yeah, it does seem like the entire pacing of the game is flowing towards that kind of like a score line. But yeah, a great gameplay again coming in the last round for the side of Houston spot in their attacking round. Let's see what they can do in their defensive part of goal, trying to create towards the side B. Will be taken down from the side of Massacre. Massacre gets traded back on the from the side of Meso. In an early 3v3 situation now, so then thing goes in for the pre-fire. Spanky gets that trade with a wall bang. It gets to double. So 1v2 gets answered back, and there you go. A great defensive round. Now this time coming up from the side of Houston Spartan and makes the score 4-2.
Spanky finding 3 that round is going to be huge. He has the RCXD in his pocket now. He's halfway to a Hellstorm. On a map like Hacienda, the bullet, that could be ever so critical, ever so crucial. And again, when you turn Spanky up, my guy, don't get me wrong, he's the parent, though. He'll bend you over on his knee and say, get down. I'm gonna whoop it. I'm gonna whoop it.
Let's see. 4-2. Attacking round for the side of Houston Spartan. And I have seen Houston Spartan playing very confident in their attacking rounds. Going aggressive, going very early to the side, trying to just take back the control of the entire positional play against their opponent. But now they're trying to do the same. But Shifu will get Spanky. Bomb might get dropped, but now Massacre gets the better of the side of Shifu now. A 3v3. Quick escalation. Geen coming up from the back. Finds one, possibly the second one as well. In a 1v3.
Oh, and I like that out of Geen. So far, he's been like kind of like that lurker, right? And every time I don't want to say he's left his team out to dry, but we talk about these Spartans, how they're playing confidently, how they're playing quickly. It's just left Geen in some tough situations. So good job just coming back to his teammates. Just a hair. The bait and switch rolls through, and now Lacoste stuns hit. He is the last alive in a 1v3. He's not able to find much, and pot of gold. Much needed round there as they take this, or as they turn it to a 4-3 deficit. It's really just kind of been defense so far, if I'm not mistaken. Other than Houston Spartans' 2 offensive rounds, they've done a good job, like you said, just kind of bulldozing their way in. This is what they did to KAOS. Very similar from what I saw that map 5 on Dealership. They're like, hey, we're gonna play this our way. It is. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they're like, pot of gold, you got to deal with it.
Yeah. 4-3 now. Pot of gold slowly and slowly trying to take back control of this map in their side. They have shown a really good gameplay when it comes down to the entire map of Hardpoint. And yes, Versus Party needs to take this map. I feel like if you're not able to get that map number 1 in a best of 5 series, you gotta somehow get that map number 2 to kind of like remain in that momentum play, remain in that confidence that you're still alive. And Search and Destroy is that one more that I believe after like Hardpoint, you definitely need to get this one to kind of like just be better side, just be the better side. Meso gets a double though. Shadow gets the better side of Meso. Now it's going to be a 2-0 in the lives remaining. And yes, a good not easy but a finish off trade coming up from side of Houston Spartan to increase up the lead and go on the map point.
And Houston just playing with that confidence on defense as well. We see a lot of teams struggle when it becomes to those like 4v4 retakes. We see a lot of teams kind of play very passive. They want to make sure all lanes are covered. They are telling their subs, I want you guys to hit routes. That is Massacre. That is Spanky. And they're like, I want you to get in there, turn all the eyes to your attention, let everybody else develop. And that is what happens when this Spartans team is in full effect, especially on a Hasi.
Yeah. Stunned. 43 now. Ooh!
Oh,
A friendly fire? Nah. That's not you need at this point of time. Shiloh gets taken care of. 4v2 now. Houston Spartans slipping away this round very easily for the side of Pot of Gold to allowing them to kind of like bounce back at this point of time. Likosi gets taken over care of. Spanky gets to Shifu. Ooh, he gets double, making a 1v2 now. He can possibly do a 1v4. Nah, not gonna happen. Pot of Gold takes down this round in their favor. 5-4. Yeah, definitely. Like I told you, the entire pace of the game from round number 3 was looking like this will definitely go till maybe a 6-4 scoreline from either side.
thinking 6-4. I'm thinking around 11.
Let's see.
Thinking around 11. It's really just up to Pot of Gold. Like they started down 0-2, and it was really kind of those first couple rounds that shot them in the foot. I think they've adapted really well. Just getting Geen playing in certain situations. You have Maso now coming up huge. He's 6-8. Chifu as well. So they're all picking up their individual ones at the start of this game, or at the start of their routes and in the middle of these rounds. So they're going to go back to this B, tried and true. And if you're the Spartans, you're here. Smith is in. Smith finds one. And again, no trade. So the calm before the storm. Houston, they back up because if you're Spanky, you're about half HP. They're going to dance with the devil. Spanky finds the kill on the bomb carrier. Lacoste to his teammates. Side Shiloh there. And again, the overchow from Pot of Gold. Houston shut you down.
What just happened at this point? That was a
Pot of Gold. They wanted to get aggressive there. I'll tell you that much. They But again, like I said, they had Spanky at half health. They find the first blood on that B site, and it was interesting because I think it was Spartan's setup that caught them by surprise. Lacoste, he was playing that top office building, and he didn't play it often because a lot of the times, the first few times Pot of Gold showed pressure at B, they were playing very passive, right? There was only one person there, and everybody else was playing through top balcony. This time, Houston Spartans, they decide to send 2 to B, have 1 lurking on that window. And again, the bait and switch is there. And a good job out of Spanky for winning that one, right? Because like he's 50 HP and he's got a dream.
Yeah, a great round coming up. A great map coming up from the side of Houston Spartan. And this is kind of like going in the same flow of what we saw they did against the side of KAOS. They don't win up the hard point matchup, but they kind of raise hell when it comes down to their control and search and destroy matchup.
Kind of like the Miami Heretics, right? You just win the S&D and you'll be fine, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know how to describe that. Maybe steal a hard point, you're good.
I mean, if you ask me honestly, if you win your map number 1, it's a great way to set your momentum right from the starting of the game. But it's honestly better if you are able to kind of like win map number 2, search and destroy, because I always feel search and destroy is like the actual core part of competitive Call of Duty. It has been always the case in my opinion. Yes, control and hardpoint are always been the modes which are loved a lot by the players coming up in this U18 quad league, but I feel like search and destroy is that one mode where you have to play very tactically and strategically overall.
And I agree with you because like Respawn, you can be like, okay, there's the 2 guys on your team that'll help you win it. But like S&D, it's such a team encompass where you guys are just like, it involves a lot, and it really comes down to communication. I think that's why S&D, for my opinion, and probably for what your opinion as well, is like kind of the core of what Call of Duty is like, dude, the comms need to be there. And
yeah, definitely.
Again, just like getting reps with a core roster and having the intuition of what you guys are going to be doing. But that was that was a stellar map right there for Houston Spartans to end that map 2. We will be heading into a map 3 shortly, but I would like to talk about the maps and modes. We haven't been able to do that just yet. This third one, we're going to be kicking it back to Hasi again. So on control, how are you feeling, Bullet?
I mean, when it comes down to the control, I feel Hashi is a very compact. Have a lot to do. Yeah, we are definitely going into the game. Yeah, when it comes down to the control map, control cipher map of Hashi, I feel like it's a very compact map where you kind of like you don't have a lot of that space to kind of take those rotations. You can be caught off guard very quickly from your opponent team. So you just gotta play very on point with those frag games, if you ask me honestly. Just kind of like tear apart your opponent as soon as possible, kind of like move alongside your teammates to get up those straight fire, right? Because if you move in solo in some of these objective points, you will be taken out very swiftly.
Will indeed. Now, Houston Spartans starting this map off, electing to kind of hit this B zone. And that's the thing about Hacienda Control. We have seen the evolution of it. Everybody wants to hit B. Tends to be a bit more easier. But when you do not find any progress here, which Pot of Gold are shutting you down, a clean 4 dead, they're going to start pushing you farther and farther. You're going to be spawning in Narnia and even more farther than whatever Narnia is. And they're going to be forcing you to go to the top side of the minimap, which for me is why Hacienda Control is such a barn burner. It's such a backbreaker. Once you're being filtered into one way on a map, it's just over for you.
Yeah. A great play coming up from the side of Pot of Gold. They are able to kind of like get up into that good lead in terms of these spawns remaining in. 17 left for the side of Houston Spartan, and a good control coming up from the side of Pot of Gold on point B as well. They're trying to regain back the control of the entire pace of the game. We do see a couple of trade packs coming in. The same angle. Triple kill back to back for the side of Pot of Gold, but it will be a retaliation play. Very much needed coming in from the side of Houston Spartan as well. Final kill. There we go. Massacre comes up with the stun. He gets stunned back.
Man, this is great. You're still here. If you're probably Houston Spartans, you still have presence. Unfortunately, Pot of Gold with 10 seconds left, they're able to clear it in the nick of time. A couple kills roll through from top plat. Contest, trades. And again, Houston, they want this B zone. They want it done and dusted. 3 down. Wait, I take that back. 2 because of a team nade or a team kill. Osso's able to find one. The trade is in, and there you can breathe. You can breathe if you're the Spartans. You're done. You survived the wave. Now on to A. Extra minute awarded. Lives are somewhat tied. Now, you're down 3 if you're the Spartans. It's 10-7. This is going to be very confusing. However, you find 2 on the map, so it's 8-7. There's the almost tiebreaker. Geen keeps it at a 1 life deficit. So now you have the lurker to deal with. That is Mr. Big Boy Geen.
Yeah, let's see on how the things can just change a little bit. 5-4 now. Shiloh, Shanky get 1 more. They have the chance. Pot of Gold. Slowly and steadily kind of losing this round to the side of Houston Spartan. They're trying to take back their control. Now, I will be taking off a good cutoff coming in from the side of Spanky. The first round in this control gets won from the side of Houston Spartan. 1-0. And I if I'm able to remember correctly, the kind of like a pacing was very similar. KAOS wasn't able to take the first round. It was the Houston Spartans to take up the first. Then again, it was the side of KAOS, and then we saw the side of Houston Spartan to take back-to-back victories on the last matchup against KAOS on that control play.
They're gonna have to do that here. Again, when you're just down bad, who do you rely on? You rely on Spanky. You rely on Lacoste. You rely on Massacre to find that 2-piece whenever it's needed most. They're able to break that life deficit, put in their lead, as now they're going to spread the map thin. Pot of Gold looking to hit this B bomb site. It's a 2-2 split. You got some pressure here through top secret. You have some on outer fences. First couple kills going the way of Pot of Gold. That's going to open things up. The stack is through. Maso able to find another. And now you got to worry about the flank. That is Spanky's job. He's just going to hold your players up. Let everybody else off spawn develop. But Geen, oh, Mr. Geen, the cutoff man, the monster, the gremlin. Able to find one and make it at least a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, let's see what kind of like a play we do see from side of Pot of Gold. They are able to kind of like get that early charge against side of Houston Spartan, but we did so they're not able to maintain those momentum and overall spawns remaining left from their side in the previous round. So maybe is that evolvement that they need to show in this round against Spartans. Sorry.
Oh, they're able to find a couple more kills. They stack the point, and again, something that's different though is Pot of Gold were able to take B much faster than the Houston Spartans were. They have a full 2 minutes to work with. However, Lacoste closing down this top balcony with the help of Spanky. You deal with everybody. You have one more person to look for, and that is Smithy, and he's going to be able to find one. He makes some presence known. So now, again, with Hacienda being such a mixy map at times, it's going to turn all these eyes. You're going to at least keep the bottom side of the minimap clean. for your team. And if you're Smith, when do you activate? Well, you activate now with the help of Geen. Again, you flood top office. Everybody from Pot of Gold, they're hitting routes. They find their kills. Shiloh, Spanky, at least keeping them at bay. But Maso Misu goes huge with a 2-piece. He's going to be able to layer this map. And now he's in behind. Look at this timing he has behind everybody. You have the points stacked. You at least are able to find the first tick, if I'm not mistaken. And now a couple more kills roll your way. You just need to hop back on it. Shiloh's there. Spanky is there. And again, contested. Mixy as ever.
Yeah, the same kind of pacing. Pot of Gold is able to remain a couple of steps ahead of what Houston Sparta is able to do. We do see them trying to get the better side of the site A over here, and they're able to already take back control of at least 2 segments. Now they're losing this point. 4-12, no respawns remaining for the side of Houston Sparta now, and by a huge by they're leading this back way. And definitely this is that one round that is definitely going in for the side of Pot of Gold as we speak. Mistakes were made for the side of Massacre. He will be kind of like getting explored with his own Semtex, but now it's going to be round number 2 going in for the favor of Pot of Gold.
Oh, yeah, and we can just see how easy control is when you have map presence, right? Like, this is the biggest thing for me. Like, map 3 is knowing how to maintain that for your team is going to really facilitate you guys. Again, I can't praise, what was that, Smith enough, where he was back 10, he was back patio, and he was just popping up every once in a while after that B point was done. He wanted to make sure that he at least found a kill, get lost in the sauce, have Houston look for him. That's going to let everybody facilitate or at least flow through B. They're going to flow through top secret, top Valk, and that's going to maintain that presence through the middle of the map, because the hardest thing for teams is really just kind of keeping things at that 50-yard line.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes down to that overall play, I would say in terms of the positional play on how they were able to kind of cut each other off, both of the teams are performing so well. But in the last round, it was more of like Houston Spartan kind of like losing a lot of those gunfights. But as we speak, that's going to be Spanky come with a back-to-back 4 kill, a huge reset being done to the side of Pot of Gold.
Yeah, Daddy denies some sort of push right there. Again, Spanky goes huge. Coasty and Massacre finding their kills. Shiloh with the big nade. That's going to keep this presence helpful. Chifu is here. Geen is here, however. Outside of the map route is in. Chifu clears it with a trade. But again, Houston Spartans, they just somehow keep the presence top plat. That allows that keeps the ARs of Pot of Gold from getting those long lines of sights, from getting those people off spawn. So the subs, all they have to do is worry about contesting the point, flying to the point, getting those trades. They're doing just that. Something they did really well at the start of their first offensive round. However, Pot of Gold is always here. Geen with a big 3-piece is going to shut things down. And again, well, who do you have left? You have Spanky. He's able to find one. They poked his head out, and he's like, I'm not going up there. The grapes aren't ready. The wine isn't ready to be purified. And all you're left with is one hippie.
Yeah, 13-16, Pot of Gold. Again, showing really good strength in this entire map. Ooh! That with that melee on Shifu, he won't be happy about it for sure. Right now, it's going to be Green with 23-15, contributing a lot to the entire pace of the game. This is falling definitely to the side of Pot of Gold. Packy gets taken care of. Back-to-back game from the side of Green, but eventually it's going to be Lacoste taking the side of Meso. 11-13 now. 10 seconds left on the clock. Not a lot of response left for the both of the sides. One of the players need to show that, back-to-back couple of kills is definitely needed from the side of Houston Spartan. Maybe from the side of Massacre, maybe from the side of Spanky. Needs to have his Spanky gets one. Shiloh gets another one. They're able to capture the 2 segments. Possibly a good progress coming in from the side of Houston. Pot of Gold comes again. They're able to contest it. Smokes goes down. A lot of nades. Spanky gets one more. This is insane at this point.
Yeah, and again, look at this. They're able to flip the lives. They're up 8-7. They had somebody at A this whole time as well, so time is still stopped. Geen with another big 2-piece, 27-16, putting his team on map. That's a 3 dead, though. Shiloh is hitting a route, so he's in behind. Nobody knows this. You have plenty of time to work with. Lives is 5-7 for Houston. They're down 2. You need to be careful. Spanky picking up a route. He could have one. He does have one. Massacre in the feed goes huge, but it's instantly responded with Pot of Gold's 2. Now the game's going to come to a standstill. It's 5-3. Shiloh has hit this route. Shiloh's waiting. He's able to find one. Gets taken down, though. That may have been your lifeline. And now Massacre off spawn isn't able to win that gunfight. Chifu gives the information. Spanking a 1v3, 24 seconds left. My friend, you have done the insurmountable, but this is looking impossible.
Yeah, 1-3 now. Houston Spartan are definitely feeling the heat at the moment. I mean, they were again able to take that early charge in this entire round, and then again it was kind of like a same fate that we saw in the last round as well. That pot of gold are more of like just able to regain back control of the entire pacing of the game for their own team, and that's a great way to kind of like show up that comeback. Good gameplay again coming from Spanky, 25-14. Great contribution. But there we go, folks. It's gonna be a 1-2 score line, possibly the one final round which can happen from the side of Pot of Gold to close this out. And let me tell you, folks, if they're able to close this out, this might be a huge setback for the side of Houston Spartans, because it will be the side of Pot of Gold to take that map score to 2-1.
See what happens here. Pot of Gold hitting the middle of the map. They are flying to A. They want to get it done and dusted. Maso's able to find one. They trade out Shiloh. It's going to be huge. Top box is open. Massacre, though, he decided to hit B. He's going to track back for his teammates. He finds a big piece. And now if you're looking at number 2 on the minimap, that's Shiloh, the flanker, the route runner. He goes huge. He finds another, keeping it clean. And now Massacre's positioning. You're up in the spawn. You're finding the kills. He's on a 3-piece. You got Geen tracking back and finding you. And again, just trades on trades, flurry of kills. Houston Spartans, they're at least holding the line for now.
Yeah. 25-21 now. Something's at 22. Green is at 28. Great frags coming in from these two lads, and a great way to again take that early pace of the game to your side, coming up from the side of Houston Spartan. 27-14. Spanky and Massacre are an insane amount of frags that they are able to contribute. So it's going to be a little bit of contestment happening at the side B. Not a lot of action at AA though. Going to be a one take that's going to happen almost, but it's going to get loosened out pretty soon though. Ooh, Spanky with those melee kills. He is probably the second or third time doing the same. Damn.
Yeah, 14 seconds left. They have relied on Spanky. Huge. I can't tell how much he has been a big part of this roster. 7 seconds left now. Lives are 22-12. The map presence that you have is, yeah, this is over. Nothing about it. I'm not going to try and hype up that round. No, it was done.
Yeah, a great play coming up from side of Houston Spartans, and this time they're able to kind of like maintain the entire pace on their side, and this is going to be that one final last round, which can kind of like go to anybody, favor any side of it, because at this point of time, it all comes down to the fact that both of the team are able to just control the entire pace of the game. Sometimes it's Houston Spartan to kind of like maintain that. Sometimes it's going to be Pot of Gold to intercept it and take things back on their side. But let's see on how this thing can close out in one final round of control.
Round 5, ladies. Get on your feet. Get your popcorns. Winner of this is going to take the series lead 2-1. It's going to be a fun one. Pot of Gold electing to hit this B-bomb site like they did the first couple times. First kill going to Maso. Shiloh finds another, trades about. It's now not the first tick is done yet. Massacre is going to hop in, though. And again, another set of trades. The contest is still here. The presence is still here. But again, the name we have been saying, Spanky, gives you a big 2-piece. That's going to shut down that first tick at least. And now all irons up. Your ARs do your job. You're in through. They're about to set up this spawn trap. I'll bullet. It may be over.
Let's see. I mean, they still have some time to kind of like make the comeback, but Meso gets taken out. We do see the side of who's probably losing a lot of those segments. Shiloh coming all the way from back. He doesn't have any idea about it. Massacre in the end will be the guy to kind of like clear things out. 23-19. Still have some time left, but 50 seconds left on the clock. They need to make that move soon now, because this is definitely looks like going into the favor of Pot of Gold at this point of time. Ooh, no.
But Massacre and Spanky at least find, Massacre and Spanky at least find a couple kills. So that's going to keep things, again, mixy. Both teams living in the chaos. As now another trade rolls through. Progress still going at B. I think that's 2 ticks done. So 1 left. They're about to get it. Geen reading the outside map route. No. Zuma showed it to us at the start of BO6. It has been shut down ever since Hasi has come in. Shiloh not able to find anything on the flank. And oh my days. Again, Houston Spartans Pot of Gold. They're able to dig themselves out of this life deficit. They've made it even. And look at where number 8, Chifu is at on the mini map. He is in top office. Everybody from the Spartans, they take routes though. So Chifu hasn't found much. He's 20 and 30. Bit of a struggling map so far. Now you have that extra minute to work with. A couple kills roll through. What can you do with this map presence here?
Ooh, 11 to 11. No, again, not a lot of time left, not a lot of respawns left. Very limited number of respawns for both sides. Massacre gets taken out. 9 to 10. Keen up onto that side B, knows for the fact that a lot of that action is happening aside. Oh, Spanky finds a little bit of trouble, but he gets down to take down the side of something. Spanky gets one more. It's 8 to 7 now. Things are looking very spooky for both sides.
Oh, Massacre. He's still gonna start heating up as well. Gets traded out. Player to watch is Geen. He's just been sitting in that top office or bottom wine area. He's just waiting for his teammates to get out of spawn. He doesn't want to reveal himself, and he doesn't want to track back too much. He does to at least get somebody. That is Maso out. Massacre, though, staying vigilant as ever. Massacre with a big 2-piece. That puts his team up 6 to 3 in lives. Chifu having to slow down big time. Smithy is able to find one, so it's 5 to 3. Everybody's grouped up over here on this B site, though. Massacre sliding in. Maso wins a big gunfight. 4 to 3 in lives. No respawn for Houston now. 37 seconds left on the clock. And you have a 2-2 split, so you have the advantage of your pot of gold. You just need to isolate these players. They do. Shiloh goes huge with a big 2-piece, though. That's going to make this a 1v3. And oh my days, if you're Chifu, you're staring down the barrel of a gun. He wins that gunfight somehow. 19 seconds left. Can he win the second one? He doesn't. And Houston Spartans, again, living up to their name. S&D and Control. Somehow they win it.
Boy, oh boy, this is a really good comeback coming up from the side of Houston and Spartans. I mean, at this point of time, this is a great, kind of like a sheer courage being shown from the side of Houston Spartan to tell them who's the boss over here, because it's a 2-1 score line. They just need one more, which is definitely not definitely, I would say, as a caster, but might happen at the next map of Hardpoint again. But the point is, and the problem is, for the maximum number of Hardpoints that we have seen coming from Houston Spartan, they have loosened out. Whether it's the first Hardpoint, whether it's the second Hardpoint. If I'm not wrong, yeah, they didn't one up the second Hardpoint as well. They did lost both of the Hardpoints against the side of KAOS. So it does tells about the history of that entire play, that they are not really good in terms of the overall gameplay when it comes down to their Hardpoint matchups.
And I don't know what it is, because I saw them start out Skyline. Well, they kind of held that 10-20 point lead. Rotations were looking solid to start with. I just feel like once, if you're pot of gold, once their Slayers started heating up again, we talk about gaming, we talk about I'm forgetting their roster right now, but who's the other Slayer? Oh God.
You're talking about the KAOS, right?
No. I'm talking about pot of gold.
Yeah. When it comes down to pot of gold, it was
Geen and
Shifu?
Smith.
Yeah,
Well, Chifu had a good map 1, I think, but he definitely had a iffy map 3 right there. But I'm just saying, like, I'll include Chifu into the mix, but once you get those 3, right, those are the guys that are going to be working in tandem. They're going to be moving and grooving throughout the map. It's going to be fun to watch. They're going to be setting up rotation, finding kills, cleaning up spawns. So, again, that's what we saw that map 1. Map 4 can be a different story, but Houston Spartans, they're at least going to be seeing a map 5, and that's going to be a protocol S&D if we go to it. However, the next one on the docket is a red card. The red card hard point for this map 4. I'm going to ask you, Bullet, who you got?
I feel like it might be a victory coming in from side of Houston Spartan, because they have learned from their mistakes, it looks like, because if not, this control matchup would have gone in the favor of Pot of Gold, and how they were slowly and steadily taking the control back from the side of Houston Spartan. But yeah, we just cannot also kind of like underestimate the side of Pot of Gold, because again, in terms of the stats, Houston Spartan have lost all of their matchups today against the side of KAOS in their hardcore matchup. So let's see, it's going to be a head-to-head gameplay, I feel like.
It will be indeed. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a very quick short break. I'm talking like quick. Like I'm talking like 5 seconds. I'm going to stop talking so that way we can get this. Stay tuned. Map 4 coming your way.
Pop my bullet, bit of portion.
Mannequin challenge. Ha, got you guys. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, I said Bolt's over here looking at me like I'm an idiot, bro. Don't worry.
I thought for a second you lagged out. Don't get me wrong.
No, but we're here
Honestly.
for fun, just like this fourth map.
I noticed your lovely cat in the background that she's waggling her tail, and then I saw, okay, you're not lagging. You're just having fun.
Yeah, he's a
Anyways,
bit
that's
rambunctious. He can be feisty. All right, just like these two teams are feisty. Map 4, it's going to be a red card hard point. Let's kick it.
Yes, sir. Boy, oh boy. It only comes down to that, pot of gold. Slowly and steadily, they did try their level best. But again, it was the side of Houston Spartan to control the entire pace of the game from their side. But now, as the history says, Houston Spartan didn't win any of the hard points they played today. So this might favor the side of pot of gold. But again, we just cannot underestimate the side of hard point because they are able to adapt to some of the mistakes that they are doing. So let's see what goes on.
Now, Kylo taking to the skies. He's able to find one. Pot of gold getting the first initial time. Houston Spartans so far maintaining rotations, and that's a big thing on this red card map 4, right? This red card hard point. Every time we play this is the traditional style of COD that I love, that I like to see be played. It is, hey, rotation. Make sure we have it locked down. Let's layer the map. Let's make sure the comms are good. Everybody watch different things, and then collapse on certain people. As now we're getting to the end of this P1 as P2 pops. Houston Spartans are here first. Pot of Gold doing a decent time, though, on that P1 hill. They got 27 seconds, so this is going to be crucial as now you're setting things up for kind of a spawn trap. Chifu's able to find that. He's able to find one on stage. Lacoste goes huge with 3 in the feed, though. And, well, I mean, hey, Geen, he's still finding time.
80 to 33, good early control coming up from side of Particle. Good couple of kills as well. 6-2, 7-2 coming up from side of Mishu and Shufu as well. Massacre on the other side. Ooh, switches out to the secondary. Couldn't find one. He will be punished for the same. Spanky Massacre goes down at the same time. We do see the side of Particle making some good couple of rotations, trying to block out the entire play coming from the side of Houston Spartans. Now they're on the point again, making good progress. But as soon as I say it's going to be side of Houston Spartans to turn the things around and take back the final control of the hill.
Lacoste's going to have to go huge. This man took a long route, and I'm talking like he took a long route to get back here. He's able to find one. However, Massacre through this window area, he's going to find another. This is actually a good turn of events here. Chifu able to find one in the kill feed, but again, a couple kills rolling through Houston Spartans. Big old Spanky making himself in the kill feed, and again, got Massacre following it up with another. So a P2 hill that didn't go your way necessarily for Houston Spartans. This P3, at least for the start of things, you find a few kills on the front side. This is going to be good, but Geen, the terror from the skies, he hits a route. He's going to make that break in nicely. Everybody from Pot of Gold follow. And again, just chaos still ensuing. Finally, Pot of Gold gets some control.
Yeah, let's see. 67 to 32 now. Pot of Gold and Houston Spartans are doing a great job of just like stopping each other out before they kind of like regain a really good, maximize their entire lead in terms of the hardpoint numbers on the board. And a lot of that action is definitely happening outside the hardpoint. Now it's going to be side of Spartans again to take back control of the point. Good progress over there, but something comes in from the back. Gets one more. Gets possible a second, because this is one of the my least favorite hardpoints to be in the controller. It doesn't give you allow so much of your space to be in the cover, and that's going to be a double kill. And Pot of Gold regains back the control. Might be the first team to cross out the 100-point markup. Let's see.
Yeah, and the reason that, like, that break happened because everybody is just out of position for Houston. You get caught. The timings are not there. ARs aren't able to find anything through the middle of the map, and you find the people on the hill, which are supposed to be playing their lives. Well, Pot of Gold, they take that split to their advantage. They find the person lurking on the hill, and now Chifu, he's able to set up. Chifu's able to get 2. That's going to make it easy. Team shots, wall bangs are through. Smith cleaning up Shiloh on the hill. Last player is Spanky, who again comes away with a 2-piece. And again, I say that these two teams love chaos because Spanky is delivering it. He's still keeping it mixy. However, Pot of Gold, they are able to keep people at bay. They're having more Slayers on their side. Again, you can't just rely on Spanky to find these kills.
Yeah. Let's see. 56 to 108. 3 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. Still a lot of time left because both of them can kind of like just change the entire pace of the game to their favor slowly and steadily. Goes to your way, just patiently waiting in for someone to kind of like get back from the cover out. But at this point of time, it's going to be the side of Houston Spartans to kind of like be on that reclaiming point. Contestment comes in, Kosti goes down, Massacre also goes in for the same fire, and it's going to be 108 to 6-5 from the side of Houston Spartans. So Pot of Gold definitely having that advantage over here, and a fair bit of advantage in terms of the overall play. Ooh.
Smith is just piecing people at range. But again, a couple of trades roll through for Houston Spartans. They're lingering around this 30-point deficit. Again, that's what we saw them have in that Skyline hardpoint after the second set of rotations. They just weren't really able to catch up. I think they were able to close it to a 10-point lead, but at nothing less, they didn't get a full 60. They weren't able to flip the tides. And again, it's just really when Pot of Gold, when they get going, like Geen, we've seen Chifu, we've seen Smith. Again, when they're finding 2-piece after 2-piece, it's making your life miserable. It's making your life like hell. The ARs are going huge. And the thing about Houston Spartans, their setups are lacking for me. It's just always, they seem to be leaving one lane open, and that lane is where Pot of Gold are taking it to their advantage.
Yeah. Good set of play. Massacre 15 to 21. On the other hand, it's going to be Messi to be 19 or 11. A lovely play coming in from both the teams, but again, it is going to be the side of pot of gold to be on a favorable advantage, like I speak earlier, like I told you earlier. So it remains like it's a good point from both sides to just counter each other's rotation play. But pot of gold in the meantime is just able to like control the better half of it. So having that lead, having that advantage is a very good place to be on, and I fear that is going to be the similar kind of like outcome from what we saw in the previous hard points against what they play from the side of KAOS, against the side of KAOS.
They're just doing it. They're doing such a good job. Pot of gold. Geen finding another 2-piece before he's taken down. Lacoste through the middle of the map. He's going to track back. He's going to try and fight for scrap with Massacre, but Lacoste gets shut down from stage. And again, when you are not able to get the ARs out of their positions, Pot of Gold is showing you what can happen when that doesn't. Geen, another 2-piece. And again, Pot of Gold getting greedy on red card map 4. They are saying this is all mine. As they are able to flip this, they're able to get the nice rotation in. That P2, P3 chain is what I love on red card. Lacoste is in, but for how long? He's able to sneak through. He's not even prepared for the gunfight. Trade rolls through. Houston Spartans are here for the first part of things.
Yeah, 186 to 74. And like I told you, man, this is definitely not looking good for side of Houston Spartan. They have a 2-1 map lead. They just need this one to kind of like, shut this down in their own side. But, this is definitely not looking good for them.
So, trying to make the play to the back. Able to get an unfortunate split. And Houston Spartans, they read it nicely. Clean 4 dead for the purple team. Pink team. Their arrows are that light red/pink. Scrap time is going to roll through. They're looking to back up for this P4 because P3, P4 is another chain that you can really get going if you have the spawns, if you're able to do it nicely. And now Smith's going to shut that down, though. He's finding 2 in the feed. Spanky off this kind of cut-off rotation duty. He's going to try and make it as miserable as possible, only able to find 1. And Pot of Gold, they're just like steamrolling. Every time there's a change in hill, some AR is finding a nice 2-piece. It's causing Houston to spawn out. Massacre is able to find a nice 2-piece, however. Smith going to get active now. Something different than last P4 is you're able to at least keep the middle clean. ARs are watching lanes. You're tracking back off spawn. You're finding kills when it's needed most. Shiloh's getting a nice stick there. Lacoste isn't dying at all at new. And now you got Massacre overextending, reaching where it's needed most. He's going to play his life as well. So it's a great job out of Houston on this P4 to accumulate time. However, you look at the score line, you're still down, I think, 60.
Boy, 197 to 135. A long way to a victory over here. And we did saw, Pot of Go in the first map, and then the search and destroy. There was a backup, a good play coming up, back and forth from the side of Pot of Gold to secure the victory in the third map. So this kind of like a trade game, which kind of like really needs to happen from the side of Houston Spartan to even things out. But if not, things can get pretty bad for them.
And indeed, like this red card, you're down 40. You lose mid-map control. Pot of Gold is in. I think that's Chifu. No, Maso, he's going to make sure ticket, glass is secured. Nobody's there on the flank. Geen, a team nade rolls through, so that's going to help you if you're Houston Spartans. Spanky now going to try and get in, get a little bit cruddy. He's only, unfortunately, going to get taken out. Massacre with a nice 2-piece, though. That's going to keep this at least a little bit even. That's going to keep it more than even for Houston on this P5. And again, you just leave the middle of the map open if you're Houston. Everybody has been running through it for Pot of Gold. No ARs picking up no lane. Again, contested. Scrappy as ever. I can't say it enough. I can't stress it enough. We need to have clear comms. We need to be having better comms. We need to be having people picking up lanes better. And right now you can tell by the way the arrows are moving on the minimap, by the way these arrows are playing, Houston is struggling indeed as they are now down 80? I don't know. I failed math class. So.
Same here, man. Just to give you a small little joke, I kind of like failed in my 9th and 8th grade twice in the math subject. Not a huge achievement, but just saying. But now, getting back to the game, folks, 228, 158. It's a 2-1 score line. Houston Spartan have secured the victory on control. They have secured the victory on search and destroy. They knew for a fact that they just need to somehow, by hook and crook, stop the progress of Spot of Gold here and just take back this one last hard point in their side. Maybe they can do it, maybe not. Seems like Pot of Gold have a fair bit of advantage by having that lead and now getting back to the control point, hard point, and soon the rotation and the new hard point will interchange. So the rotation needs to get cut off as soon as possible from the side of Spartans.
Does indeed. Now they're here on the front side of P2. This is the good side, and in technicality, this is technically how you want to play this. You want to play the front side of this P2. You want them spawning back there. Couple kills roll through. That's a 3 dead, and unfortunately, you're just not able to find much. 10 seconds left. You're now getting a split. You get them off of the point, but you have to deal with everybody around it. You have to deal with soccer. You have to deal with hedges. Shiloh's able to do just that. A trade on Hill is going to roll through. Again, pink and purple running through the feed, and it's pink on top. Houston Spartans there. Geen flying through. Geen finding another. A team nade rolls through, so that's not going to help you. 2:45, 5 seconds left for Pot of Gold to win. Nice chow from Chifu. Everybody in Narnia, or at least what it feels like. Pot of Gold, stay alive in the respawn map 4. We're going to be going on map 5 for our second series of the day. Ladies and
Boy,
gentlemen.
oh boy. This is the second matchup for Houston Spartan, and they are again going back to map number 5. The side of map, which is again going to be side of Proto, not Dealer. We went on to the map of Dealer, which is not one of my least favorite maps in the Black Ops 6 competitive pool. But yeah, Houston Spartans looks like it. Yes, they might do the same on how they did KAOS, but I feel like this could have been the play where Houston Spartans could have just got the victory against that Pot of Gold. They're able to catch a lot of that rotation play coming up from the side of Pot of Gold. It was just those in a couple of plays, like they were not able to win those gunfights, which they're able to do a lot in control and on the first map of hardpoint. So yeah.
I don't understand how a team can be like, boys, let's just win the 2-3-5 method, right? Let's just win our S&Ds. Let's pray to God for the control. Because I mean, hardpoint. Don't get me wrong. We've seen them 2 series now. Hardpoint has not looked good. They haven't been playing well on it. I mean,
yeah,
they've lingered. They're kind of like the ex-girlfriend, the toxic one that doesn't want to leave your life, but shoo.
Yeah.
Pot of Gold is go away.
Yeah.
And they're gonna look to do that in map 5 here.
Possibly. I mean, we at this point of time, how Pot of Gold have kind of interchanged, and honestly speaking, how they have made up a comeback. It can be the vice versa scenario as well. Maybe Pot of Gold can actually win this entire matchup against the side of Houston Spartan. We never really know. But overall, I also feel like in terms of the positional play, I'll give brownie points to Houston Spartan. In terms of the trade game, brownie points to Houston Spartan. But in some of these gunfights, some of the players were just not able to show the same kind of a gameplay which they showed up in map number 1 and map number 2 against the side of Pot of Gold. So I would say that was something they need to work it out on the last map of Protocol. And again, there's going to be a search and destroy, so it might be a quick one indeed. But let's see. But for now, folks, let's take a short little break before we step into the one final map.
Hey, bullet. We're here, map 5, Protocol S&D. Everybody on your feet. Houston Spartans, they seem to thrive in the S&D side of things. But I can tell you the slaying prowess of Pot of Gold. They earned themselves the first blood. And interestingly enough, Houston Spartans, they decided to do a mid-map push here.
Oh, yeah, boy. Couple of good early kills coming up for the side part of goal, making it a 4v2. Now, good set of rotations indeed. Look at him. Shiloh now trying to, just anyhow, Bayoko Crook trying to regain back the control of the bomber. I don't think so that's going to happen. They're very deep into the enemy lines, and he has to kind of like just wait it out before any of the players from the side part of goal can make an aggressive move and kind of like over aggressive move, and he can kind of like capitalize on their mistake. But I don't think so that's going to happen. They are just holding down to the final, holding down to the position of bomb side.
Oh, look at this. Lacoste's in. He finds the timing here, so he's going to find one. Make it a 2v3. He makes himself known. Maso is able to isolate that player, Shiloh. Top trips, though, and now if you're Lacoste, you're all by yourself, and you unfortunately don't get the timing there. But again, yeah, just interesting strategy out of Houston Spartan. Well, it's not interesting. It's something we've seen more and more on Protocol S&D. Like we've seen people hit the middle of the map more, right? They get the timings with the subs. However, they don't clear out helicopter all the way. I think that was the person that found that first blood, and then everybody from Pot of Gold. They just do a good job of adjusting. They're making sure that nobody's able to lurk through the middle of the map and kind of isolate that player on helicopter.
Yeah. First round goes into favor of Part of Gold because those early bomb drop was kind of like very kind of like affected and made an impact of the entire play coming onto the favor of Part of Gold. But right now it's going to be the side of Part of Gold to be on the attacking side. We see them making a move on towards the side of side B. Yes, few of the players are trying to divert the focus, but we do see one of the players making a play. The bomb has been successfully planted. First kill comes off, and we do see just really good positional interchange coming up from the side of Spartans. Shiloh goes down with a long range kill coming up from the side of Locos. Who is it? It was Jen. Yeah, something left out in the 1v3.
Yeah, the defuse is in. Smith is last one alive. He is so far away from this that all you got to do if you're Spanky is just run at him. He somehow found that person on a helicopter, and I don't know what was going on. Nobody was defusing the bomb. So if you're Houston Spartans, you're able to at least keep this round clean. Dude, I don't know. It's just what pot of Chifu. I will say this. Chifu was planting that bomb right there, Bullet, while his teammate died. He just let him die. I'm not gonna lie. He was like, boys, I'm sticking it, and you gotta cover me.
It happens. I mean, it happens at this point of time because this is a decider map. Both of the teams have given hell to each other in map number 2 and map number 3. Slowly and steadily, they have tried their level best. So yeah, that exhaustion and that kind of like frustration got definitely hit to you in the decider map. But you gotta also maintain that coordination, gotta maintain that momentum and confidence to your side. Momentum will definitely come if you win a couple of rounds back to back to your side, but this is going to be a third round, folks. Did you see the first gunfight initiating from the side of Spanky? The Palant is going down. Nades are going to get used towards the same spiral staircase over there. Shivu comes in from the back. Let's see. Lakoshi gets the first player, a double kill from the side of Houston Spartans, Part of Gold, and now it's going to be a 2v3.
That's interesting. Nobody went A for the side of Houston except for Gain, and he took a little bit of a longer route than usual, so he gave all the information. He backed up. And I mean, just bang, 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 trades. Pot of Gold. The retake is through, and I loved it out of them. Everybody hit routes. Everybody hit timings. Everybody do your thing. Spread the Spartans thin. And I think that's something they didn't do in that Hossie, right? Because we saw the Pot of Gold. This team was really like, hey, we're going to 4-stack sites, except for defense. Defense, they spread themselves thin, and that's when First Bloods became very crucial because it put them at the disadvantage. This time, they're like, on offense, on defense, on offense, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. They're playing cohesively, bro. They're doing good.
Yeah, 1-2 now. And like I said,
brain power for this, bro.
Sorry, what?
I said I don't got the brain power for this.
Okay, let's see, man. I mean, at this point of time, like I said, it can be anyone's game. I feel like this can either go towards the side of Pot of Gold. It can also go towards the side of Houston Spartan. They're waiting for that gunfight to happen. Spanky comes up, gets taken out. Lakesh to take on side of Shifu. A huge aggressive push coming up from the side of Houston Spartan onto the side of side A, and that has definitely led to the entire team falling like jack of cards. And I gotta say, there was no need for everybody to push in from the same lane. That was a huge mistake coming from that part. Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean? That's how Protocol S&D is played. Everybody full send in. We'll see if it works. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I mean, I get it. You know, you want to play A right there, and you want to play for kind of like. I feel like that's the more dominant bomb site. I'm not gonna lie. Like if once you get in, you're in there and you're locked and you're squared. So, what's happening here? All right, it's gonna
Might
be
be a
interesting.
might be a rehost coming in.
Disconnect.
Looks like
I didn't. Nobody was breaking GAs, right? I didn't see anything fishy.
I definitely see. This might be a rehost coming in pretty quick.
Might be a rehost. While we're here, like scratching our heads, dumb. I don't know. I mean, what did you like about it? It ended off as a 2-2, so that's where we're gonna be when we pick it back up. This is gonna be very interesting though, because so far we have seen both teams throw different things on offense, and so far it's been 2 different defensive looks as well. So I'm gonna be. Both teams are going deep into their playbook, which is what I like. I think that's another thing about S&D that I love is kind of like how deep can you go? How deep are your play calls? And that's going to help you. Execution is a big part, but if you can throw different things, different looks, it's going to help you in the long run.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, a couple of mistakes here they're coming up from the side of Pot of Gold, honestly, especially on getting those trades not right from this side and from their side. And also, I feel like, overall, it also comes down to that part that Houston Spartans are able to read their entire game slowly and steadily. Slow and steady is the call of Houston Spartan this final game, and they're able to also anticipate all of the plays coming up from the side of Pot of Gold. So that's great. But again, on how Pot of Gold are able to kind of like get back to back couple of rounds from their side as well. It's great to see them challenging out the side of Spartans in a really good way.
It is indeed. All right, we're back. I think just a lobby reset, maybe somebody disconnected.
Yeah.
But now we're back into it. Bomb is planted, and again, just the A-bomb site given for free. Pot of Gold. They want to play as cautious as ever. Geen being that first line of information. Stun rolls through. Geen, do not chow him. He will win it. And now Chifu is in the rechow, the retake, the 4v4. Everybody's going to swim like sharks, collapse. Lacoste is able to find one. And now he's all alone.
Yeah, 1v3 now. Houston Spartan not going to win this out. It's going to be Pot of Gold. So possibly now the updated score is 2-2.
No, I think it's 3-2 Pot of Gold because we ended at 2-2.
2-2.
We ended at 2-2. And then that next round was kind of like when they stopped it. So now it's 3-2 Pot of Gold.
Okay. It's going to be a little bit confusing for me because, the score's not there yet on the Codcaster and it can be confusing for the audience as well.
Right.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Lacoste, he's like, hey, chill out, Bullet. Chill out, Corpse. Got this in the bag.
Yeah.
What can the boys from the Spartans do?
Great way coming up from that Pot of Gold, but this is kind of like, but don't get me wrong, I know I'm comparing this game a lot with the previous matchup against Sarafkiel, but this is completely going in the same flow and the pace. It was 2-2, then it again KAOS did it at 3-2, then it again was a comeback coming up from Saraf Ghost and Spartan. So yeah.
Oh, what? Chifu Chifu, what are we doing, Chifu? I could have sworn we saw him beforehand. He falls. Shiloh's able to pick off Maso. Last one's left is Smith. So again, for me, pot of gold on the offensive side of things. They want to hit that B-bomb site. Chifu is that carrier. And let me tell you, recessive genes are a bitch because him, I don't know what happened to Alzheimer's. Must have forgot that he saw him. I'm just kidding. Chifu's trying to hit some overextends. He's trying to get the bomb down and put the pressure on Houston Spartans.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, this is looking very, 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 anyone's game right now, if you ask me honestly.
Again, another round. Houston Spartans in on the A-bomb. Pot of gold. Aren't able to find anything. Geen finds the first blood again. And let me tell you, Bullet, that's the second time that they've tried to flush Geen out of those stairways. And he is holding it down like Gollum. Oh, Golem, go, whatever his name was. My precious, these stairs you shall not pass. Shiloh able to find one, though. It's a good isolation kill. Chifu was in again, though. Chifu not having the timing. This man reconsidering life decisions. Spartans, A-bomb site is theirs.
Boy, oh boy, it was 2-2 before we went down to rehost, so now it's going to be 2-1. Again, the side of, Houston Spartan taking back control of the entire game to their favor yet again. Slowly and steadily, part of goal is definitely feeling it. So yeah, it's gonna be just like a couple of more rounds. It's overall 4-2, if I'm not 4-3. Yeah, 4-3 right now on the overall score. So a couple of rounds left out. Just one more to set up that match point, and they can definitely get the series win. Part of goal is making them run for their money.
Again, pot of gold. Looking to hit this A-bomb site. They have a trophy down, so that's going to help them. Something that wasn't there the first time around. Trophy is destroyed, though. Massacre just waiting for anybody to overextend. Maso finding the first blood. That's huge. That's going to be the green light. Hey, everybody rotate. B should be for the taking. Massacre finds one lurking at A, though. So now we're in another 3v3. Chifu finds a big kill through the middle of the map. Massacre gets the trade. Shiloh hitting the timing of top grannies. Chifu's all alone. I don't know if Shiloh saw him or not, so he is going to be sitting here. Massacre, does he pick him off? He picks off Massacre. 1v1. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round for pot of gold. 30 seconds left. B is free. Chifu, how do you play?
We're going to get the plant. 1v1 now.
Oh, no, they're going to run into each other.
Shiloh coming in from the rapper. Trying to take up that height advantage. Knows for a fact that's going to be there. It's going to spot him. No! Oh, boy. That was so close. Damn. Now, it's going to be 4-3.
Chifu or Geen, whoever it is. Man. And it's a little dirty snap right there. That's a cheeky one, in my opinion.
Yeah, almost. That was almost Houston round. Almost. To close out with a not close down, but very very close to like closing down to the entire one.
Now it's all tied up, 4-4. 4's apiece. Houston Spartans, what do you do? Look like they're going to get a hit this A-bomb site. Something different from pot of gold. They're in fast, and I don't know why they didn't do this the first time around. Smitty Smith finding the first blood, and look at that. That is the difference. Now, Lacoste does find the trade, though. However, you do something different, it works. Geen, though, he finds information on one. Both players here in the stairwell. Chifu finds a kill. 2v2. Some rapping has gone on from Spanky. Spanky could have sworn he saw somebody spanking. I don't know if he's terrified or not. He's going to pick a corner and play with it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Big win out of Shiloh.
There you go, folks. This is closing down 5-3 now. One more round needed from the side of Spartan to close it out. What do you think, man? Do you think pot of gold can maybe reverse sweep this, or?
I think oof, this is tough. I'm gonna go with my boy Geen. I think pot of gold is gonna take this. They gotta clutch up here. Well, for me, it's all about their A pushers, right? Because their A pushers have been kind of haunting them in a sense. They have They've gotten the first blood a couple times, but they've just not been able to produce anything after that. Everybody's getting caught, isolated. Something different here. They're gonna hit A though. Something different is that number 8 player Geen. He's playing that P2 area. Does he get caught? Massacre may be lurking here. Something different as well from Houston. They have all taken the middle of the map, so they have forgotten A. And everybody from Pot of Gold, they haven't done anything with it. So now they're in. Chifu's going to get the bomb down. Geen gets the first blood. Again, as crucial as ever. He does get away with his life, though. He's 3 and 5. This is huge for them.
Shiloh gets taken care of. 4-2. Pot of Gold trying to regain back control, but no, it's going to be a 1v3 now. Quick spare change. Pot of Gold back in the game with the 5-4. Nice.
Hey,
one.
round 11. Hold on, Bullet. Let's hit the No, I'm joking. I don't have any sound effects right now.
You tried it.
Yeah.
Bap, 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 bap.
Yeah, I like that one a little bit better. Rat-tat-tat-tat. There we go. Hey, round 11. Ladies and gentlemen, the greedy boys from the south trying to take Sparta, but let me tell you, Leonidas Lacoste, standing tall, having a big map. He's 6 and 4. Can the Spartans keep Persia at bay, or can Pot of Gold find what they want? As now it's going to be another A hit. Pot of Gold here for it. They sent somebody on through boats, so they are in through the A site. They've pushed back Houston Spartans. Spartans feeling it right now. They're not going aggressive. They're not trying to flush anything out. Nades in, Lacoste playing his life. They're playing through top grannies. Smith is here, and I kind of like this angle. I haven't seen it. I know where it is. Maso with the first blood.
Ooh.
He's been ever so crucial with the ARs on top trips, top grannies. Massacre's in, though. He presence.
Triangle level best 3-2 now. In Mad Band 21, so Massacre Lacoste changed it up really quick. A similar planted the bomb. Maybe they are still deciding. Possibly taking rotation towards site A. Oh no.
That's bomb. Bomb is down. Shiloh
Yep.
has to get this.
Yep.
And I don't know why. Somebody from Houston disconnected. I don't know if they think this round is over or not. Shiloh in a 1v2 with 30 seconds left. Everybody, Pot of Gold didn't know the bomb was down, though. So this is going to be a free pickup here. They're in at A. Shiloh's going to work this at A, though. They're both watching each other. They're both going to move. Shiloh getting shot in the back. He's weak. 65 HP in a dream. 15 seconds left. Shiloh tags in on one. The Chow is in. And oh
Nice
my
one.
days, Pot of Gold. They're able to force a round 11. And the Goblins came through.
Yeah, one final round. Boy, oh boy.
And
What
the
just happened?
dreams for Houston Spartans, the 8 seed. They come out, they face of KAOS and winners round 1. It's not looking likely. But let me tell you, they won it in the 2-3-5 fashion. Same thing here, Bullet. It's the same sort of sense. We're thinking they got the lead. They're up 5-4. What can go wrong?
No.
Everything.
I mean, it was a great gameplay coming from both sides. Pot of Gold, yes, they kind of like loosened out in the search and destroy, but again, it was the side of Houston Spartans to kind of like regain back control in the control map, where Pot of Gold did everything right from their side when it comes down to map number 3. But sometimes around, it's the overall escalation of the game. It comes down to the final coordination overall on how you just cannot anticipate all of the challenges coming in from the opponent team.
I don't know what happened. Actually, I do know what happened because we were watching it. No, I'm joking. It's just the late game adjustments from Pot of Gold, right? I couldn't stress it enough. They were playing A completely wrong. They were playing super passive on it. Geen was holding stairs. They were trying to watch mid map and every other route. And then once you started sending somebody in boat, right? Once you started contesting them right away, you could tell Houston got scared a bit. They started backing down. First Bloods go the way of Pot of Gold. And then from then on, you just show a tiny bit of pressure. You get a couple people lacking. The pants are down. Sorry, I thought my dog was making a noise. A Pot of Gold.
No worries.
They take it. They survive, so they're going to winners final. I don't know who are they facing.
I guess in terms of the overall brackets, if I just quickly refresh it, uh, which is gonna take some
Playing
time.
Slain.
Yeah.
U18 is who they're playing. Oh,
Yeah.
that should be a fun one.
Yeah, the first match of 11. So a great one coming up from the sad part of gold. We kind of like did saw Houston Spartans slowly and steady taking up the entire thing right from their side, but in the end, a really good comeback coming up from the sad part of gold.
Comeback was needed indeed. They win the last 2 maps. They send Houston Spartans packing. They should be playing. Oh my days! They're gonna have a rematch with KAOS, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
We got matchups across the board, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. We got, I think, a couple more coming to you today. It's gonna be me and Bullet, or it's gonna be me at least.
I'm definitely right here, man. Don't worry about it.
Bullet staying.
Yeah,
Go to
so
break.
folks, yeah, let's go to a break and we'll be coming up with the next matchup pretty shortly.
Pop my bullet, bit of portion. Pop my bullet, bit of portion. Pop my bullet, bit of portion.
Guess who's back? Back
Back
again.
again.
Yep.
both
For
back.
la P. It needs to end. There we go, boys. All
There
right,
we
let's
go.
get it. It's
Yeah.
me and Bullet here on another Saturday afternoon. We're getting it.
It's midnight for
ju-
me.
Oh, that's right. Midnight for that guy. There we go. Across the seas. Look at them, boys. All right. Well, we're just two dudes here. Chatting shit. The next, well, sorry, we just saw Pot of Gold take down Houston Spartans. They're not on the loser side of things. We got Pot of Gold advances to the winner. We're hopping into this matchup where it's the Spartans taking on the Atlanteans. We got a map 1 Hacienda hardpoint.
Yeah, when it comes down to that hash C on hardpoint, what the classic maps that you can play when it comes down to hardpoint. A whole lot of structure, a whole lot of spaces that you can actually retaliate to an opponent if they are making absolutely, huge progress on one of those hardpoints. You're just not able to understand what's going on. There are some pretty basic rotations where you can just cut them off one by one. At this point of time, we do see the side of Atlantis making a good progress upon to the hard point. A couple of good kills coming up from Zavi and Liquid back to back. The other side of KO, he's on 4 streak already, making that to 5th one. As soon as I say, yeah.
It's not Houston Spartans. It's KAOS. I was like, what? I was like, I didn't think we were. All right. Well, I looked at the roster. I'm like, Sunni. I'm like, he's not on Houston. We're heading into this P2 hill, though. However, KAOS, they're fighting it from the front side. I think that was Liquid who was trying to lock things down for the rotation from Atlantis. As now, if you're KAOS, you break on in. You have Zavi here on time. Back spawns are still not yours. It's the Atlanteans, but things still going your way. Drox is now spawning out, so good re-break for the side of KAOS. They're able to do a nice job of finding their kills. Chow trade together, and Boyd, he's going to hop on that Lambo Heady, which for me, Boyd is a really the unsung hero, right? He's kind of like the quiet guy, the quiet AR, and then when he gets going, that's when we probably see KAOS at their fullest.
Let's go 30 to 31. We do see a couple of good kills coming in from the side of KAOS. 45 Logano. Oh boy. I gotta say it because you were there here for the first map. Logano is the guy to look out for from the side of KAOS. The boy was going insane in his matchup against the side of Houston Spartans, and they will be definitely looking to kind of like get this victory up against the side of Atlantis for sure.
It's Keo making sure top plat is theirs. Able to wrap back, able to find a nice couple kills. Spawns do flip for the side of KAOS, so they will be fighting this from the front side again. Atlanteans, they're going to hit some routes. Keo chowing, thinking he's a bird, but he can't fly because he swims in waters, and a nice 3 dead for the side of the KAOS boys. Again, just they're able to retake this, the sheer raw slay power, the gun power that these guys have. This, again, something to note is you did their first series, Bullet, and it was just uncharacteristic of them in the respawn side of things as to how it was so close. S&D was choppy. It just wasn't their game, or wasn't their series, and that's why they ended up losing that. Now, hopefully, they have regained that. They've played a couple matches in the loser side of things. You know, the gunnies are still warm. Vetoes took a little bit longer than usual, but we're hopping into this. They're down 18. Atlantis U18 squad. They have this early lead, but we're heading into this P4 hill, which is owned by KAOS. And for me, P4 is a staple. It is the money hill on this Hacienda.
Let's see. At this point of time, we do see both of your teams making good progress up against each other. Good set of kills. AV Keo, Shuni Bosel, goes down. Keo gets the side of Markel. Boy, it's looking not like very good for the side of KAOS. They're able to kind of like set the first food when it comes down to their new hard point, but as soon as the positional play hits in from the side of Atlantis, they're playing like a deck of cards, one by one. So yeah, those first the first route is definitely helping them a lot to kind of like regain back the control and setting those goals right. But Atlantis is, performing overall better in terms of their post control situation, and they're able to like set aside the entire roster of KAOS. There you go, another reset back to back for the side of Atlantis. So a great way to just kind of like play on that calm and composure, play on that really good coordination between your teammates. So that is what Atlantis is showing them in this map of hardpoint. Yeah,
it's been a good start, and again, those resets or those 4 deads is what we call it. Is It just been provided by Savvy. You know, this lurking sub. He goes into the shadows. He tries to add another layer, gives information. He tracks back when it's needed. He got a big 2-3 piece right there at the tail end of that P4. He's overextending into this top balk. There was another player, I think it was Keo, who had another big 3 piece on that P4 as well, who was able to keep the team and keep the time rolling for the side of Atlantis U18. So again, just way to chain these hills back to back on P1. They're getting very solid time here. And I like this. They were able to deal with KAOS the first couple times around, so they're now going to hit routes. So the problem is you all die. So Liquid is last one alive. He's struggling to get over this rock. I could have sworn that person, he caught Suni in the act of sushing him, but Logano is there. Oh, a nice little snap, and Marcel Markel, he's able to finish off the rest.
86 to 106. Good way of taking the pace of the entire game to their side. For the side of Atlantis, Heavy goes down, Liquid goes down too. Blocks is doing a great job of suppressing all of the great firepowers coming in from the side of Atlantis, especially Liquid and Keo doing insane damage when it comes down to just refreshing flushing out the entire roster of KAOS, honestly speaking. But Logano 2C doing absolutely the same, 14 to 14. Maybe, yeah, 16, that's not looking very great, but 14 to 14 flags is definitely where you want to be right now. Is Keo trying to knife him? Come on, that was a very long chase down Keo. As soon as he gets him, though, it's going to be the side of Crocs taking a side from the side of Shuni. A huge lot of heals getting interchanged. Now KAOS back on the control. Will be a challenge around it in the next one because there's not a lot of time left in this hill over there. The hill is going to get changed. The point is going to get changed, and we do see the side of Atlantis going to set their foot right for the first place in this one.
Oh my God, look at this. KAOS, they are flying through top plat. Everybody, all 4 members. Couple trades roll through. Savvy with a nice 2-piece. The snap is in with the dive. Unfortunately, he gets the better of him. Suni gets the better of him. And again, KAOS, the way these guys just break hills, you know, once they get going, it is instrumental how they work in tandem. Marcel with the 3-piece. Well, he's got kill in his name in a bit. Let me tell you, he was lighting up everybody. KAOS have hit their stride. It's Ben Marcel on a 4 streak, 22 and 15. He's put his team up 20 on this map. The rotation is in from Suni. Dominating hardpoint is putting on display right now as KAOS have won I think they've won the last 2-3 hills.
Yeah. At this point of time, it's 147 to 121. A lot of action is going on, folks. Upon this point, upon a rock. Good one from Indeed. Marshall making it look too easy, but he will be... Oh, poor boy. Peter back here. Wasn't the one. Brox was the guy to go down. Marcus still alive. 7 kill streak coming up from this lad.
Yeah, go ahead and get Marcel's POV. Can we get Markel's POV? That guy's shooting right now. This is on an 8 streak. Almost make it 9 with the team shots from Logano. Let's get some Markel POV. Production. I want it. I want the AR. Give it to me. He's having a fight with Liquid. Oh, the split's about to roll through, so I don't know if they're going to read this just yet. Zavi's going to make himself known. Markel's on a 9 spree, and we still haven't. Markel's on a 10 spree. I think it's Boyd in game. Caster settings may be cursing us. Finally, Markel goes down. And that's it for the reign of that young man. But he has put his team on top. They're up 70 now. A phenomenal hold on that P4 hill. Just the way they were able to keep them off. AR's doing what they needed to. We're heading to this P1 for the 3rd time now. It's going to be a little bit mixy. But Atlantis has found good times back-to-back. Bullet, they've done a good job of at least dictating top balks. And they've came away with 25 seconds or so.
Yeah. Let's see, in this point of time, it's 199 to 129. Hugely coming in for the side of KAOS, and a huge, back and forth play absolutely happening in right for the side of KAOS. So, Rock gets one more, making sure nobody's coming from the fountain side. But Suni takes on the side of Rocks. Great one. Suni's on 6 back-to-back kills. I should stop saying and appreciating the streaks. As soon as I say them, the guys goes down. The caster curse is real for folks. 207 to 130 now. Rocks getting that 16th one for sure. We do see the positional play getting interchanged. Everybody's trying to fall upon towards the next side of the hill. And we do see the side of Atlantis actually retaliating from the backside as well. Going to be the side of KAOS said they're putting in right. 211 to 130 now. And Atlantis takes back. the control.
Oh, good route out of Boyd right here. Boyd with a 2-piece. That's going to keep things mixy. And now the player from Driveway is going to get active. Suni, Zavi's able to find 2, however, but it's not enough. Boyd with the turn and burn on Lambo. That is going to take, he is going to get taken down though. So time is still going to be choppy, but the way KAOS move, one person spawns out. It's like, hey, I need you to play my life. I'm going to hit this route. And a nice 2-piece comes through on the route. And again, just KAOS solidifying the rotation, solidifying the hill. They got 2 people watching middle. They got 2 people watching front side. All the time in the world. Atlantis is struggling. 10 seconds left. They haven't even gotten close to the hill. They're going to scrap it. They're going to go ahead and just sacrifice it. I don't know if I like that call because they have sacrificed P2. They've sacrificed scrap time quite a bit. They've tried to focus on the rotation here. They have gotten beat every time. And now you're staring down the barrel of a deficit 1 point for KAOS to win this. Picture perfect COD needs to be played here.
Yeah.
Well, and
Atlantis is
okay.
Yeah, Atlantis is just like, slowly and steadily they were just able to like kind of like all of the progress coming up from the side of KAOS. And it was a exceptionally really good play in the end coming up from the side of Atlantis, especially on how we did saw the entire team of the side of KAOS like just fall back after that. They got the control of the fountain hardpoint over there, but slowly and steadily we did saw Atlantis just making some really good interchangement when it comes down to that when it comes down to the overall positional play. Yeah, have that lead, maintain that lead, play on that positional plays, and just cut off all of the rotations coming up from the side of Atlantis. So a great one indeed coming up from the side of KAOS. And yes, it's a lower bracket run for both of them. So yes, if they lose out any of these if they lose out any of the games after this one, in the 3-0 fashion or maybe a 3-1 kind of a fashion, they will be out of the tournament for today's weekly cup.
And it was funny again, like going back to how both of these teams have ended up in losers. We're sitting here before the game. We're like, what's taking these guys so long to do vetoes? Because I mean, it's usually everybody's gonna do this in one sitting, and then we get the word that somebody might be mad that they're playing KAOS. Well, ladies and gentlemen, suck it up. I mean, I know KAOS put on a display right there, but things happen. They lose winners round 1. They're down in losers now, so deal with it. But again, like you said, just the way they were able to kind of work that map after the first rotation of hills. I mean, especially going into that P4 hill, they get that full big 60, right? That's going to put them. It didn't put them in the lead, but it put them close. And then P1 pops. You keep it mixy, and then rotation after rotation, you're locking it down. You're cutting these people down at their knees, and then at that point, it feels like the gates were open for KAOS.
Yeah, good play. I mean, for the side of KAOS, a good play. And they have kind of like, honestly speaking, they have kind of like showed this kind of like a very commanding sort of like a gameplay when it comes down to the hard point against Houston Spartan as well when they faced off their in their upper bracket game. So a great play from the side of KAOS. And I feel like, yes, again, when it comes down to the side of Atlantis, things might get changed up in the search and destroy, which is again going to be played on the same map of Hashi for the second map as well.
We'll see what's going on here as the map set, ladies and gentlemen. It seems to be that every team, every series wants to be a double Hacienda. So we will be heading into a Hasi search for that map too. As far as I'm concerned, both series have had a double Hasi for back-to-back.
Yeah.
I am excited because I don't think we saw Hasi search last series. So it was, for me, what was it? Last series was Pot of Gold in Houston, right? They played that Hasi so weird because they played it very aggressive. And for me, Hacienda, like Search and Destroy, is a very fundamental. It's a very kind of slow map in a sense. And I mean slow in a sense where it's like you need to work as a team, right? Because this is a map where you see a lot of 4v4 retakes. This is one where you see playing for information. You don't really see the bang outs, but there is always you'll see it a couple rounds. So I'm excited to see how these two teams will play this Hasi search.
Let's see. We'll be jumping down to map number 2 pretty shortly, folks. And I guess the teams are ready and waiting. They have joined the lobby. and we'll be jumping straight into the game pretty soon now. If I just want to ask your prediction before we sit down to the game, what do you think? Do you think it's going to be a win coming up from the side of Atlanta, or do you think it's going to be a win coming up from the side of KAOS?
This is hard because you're going to have to deal with Sunni, right? Sunni's that sub that's going to go huge for KAOS. He was doing a lot of 2 pieces, 3 pieces. And I mean, he was like, he would get 2 pieces, 3 pieces, but then he'd be quiet and then he'd, have his spurts again. Logano's that consistent guy. Marcel went on that 10 spree. So we'll see how you deal with it. If you're Atlantis, I do like this initial break off, the 2-2 splits. I think that's how you're going to have to play a lot of these matches, a lot of these rounds, is just really play together as a core. And Liquid, nice job getting this first blood tracking back. The bomb does go down at B, but now you got a 2-2. So you got 2 people on the flank. Marcel isn't able to deal with them. Now you're in a 3v2 all turtled up.
We do see the side of 1, 2, 3. Liquid is already going in for the diffuse, and yep, there's not a lot of thing that can do for the side of Tushi's. He can definitely try to charge it up and try to at least go for a 1 kill, but now it's going to be Atlantis to start taking back control. They start taking the control of the first round here in the search and destroy, and they gotta do it somehow because we have seen KAOS performing exceptionally well in their hard and point game. They won by a pretty good margin.
They have. How'd you pronounce his name again?
Atlantis?
No. The guy that has the T, number 1 for KAOS.
Sunni. I'm just like making sure the T is silent. Sunni.
Oh, I thought you said Tachuni, and I was like, what?
No. I'm not sure of how what is like the correct pronunciation of this name. So yeah. I'm just.
That's all right. I botch names all the time. We'll see what's happening here as we're heading into this. Logano being the island defender at B so far. You have some presence here with the help of Boyd through the middle of the map. The player to watch is Savvy, though. He's in the water, and they are reading him all the way. Logano coming from Australia. Cannot trick this man because the crocodiles are out to play.
We do see 4-3 now. Xavier's going to be the first man to go down from the side of Atlantis. Things are getting pretty tense at the moment. We do see Kyo trying to just being on the patient play. Markel spots someone, fires some of the shots, gonna connect. Definitely knows that enemy is trying to capture, just push down towards the side of A. Liquid also goes down. There's going to be a 2v4 now. Before you have actually planted the bomb, you're in a 2v4 situation. Pretty sure this is going to the favor the side of KAOS. One more goes down. Beyond takes the last one indeed. There you go.
Oh, that was funny. Atlantis, fish in a barrel. They're trying to move from one side of the river to the other, but yet KAOS building dams all across Hacienda. Walls, I should say, and Boyd was one of them. And I love that out of KAOS. Little by little, they will take the map away from you. And they stay very rooted. I mean, we saw 2 people top balcony. The person on B didn't push up too much. Like, he didn't go into P2. He made sure that he kept an angle for him at the advantage. You saw that person just lingering around A, top secret, if I'm not mistaken. He's just waiting for the comms to come through based off of the initial push from, I think it was Atlantis for that B bomb. So, again, just great job out of KAOS to stay rooted as now. This is something you see on Hacienda a lot. 4v4 retakes. B bomb is free for the taking. KAOS doing the same thing they did the first offensive round, and it looks like Atlantis, they're altering it a bit. Gonna go ahead and send 3 towards spawn. Marcel playing a different angle, though. Marcel could have the timing. Xavi trying to be a little bit sneaky. Xavi not checking your back. Marcel with the first blood. And now Drox, he's gonna make this a little bit interesting with a kill of his own. Drox isn't gonna be able to find the drop shot. So now you're in a 3v2.
Yeah, 2v2 now pretty quick. Oh, Logano gets one more. Probably a third. Boy, oh boy. What a defending round coming in from the side of Atlantis. Almost. Gotta say, that was almost a choke coming up from side of KAOS. They almost had this one, but there you go. Gonna be 2-2 now. Sorry, 1-2, sorry.
I mean, just like great timing right there from, I think it was Droxy, right? Because he was hitting that flank with Xavi. They deal with Marcel. He did a good enough job, I think, wrapping back through mid, or at least taking the time to feel like he was wrapping back through mid, to the point where that 3v2, you get timing on 1, And it was just like he knows Marcel is laying down right there on that like I don't know what to call that comm. It's right before P4, right? He's just laying down by that side cutout, and he knows to look there because no AR is watching over Marcel. He's able to snap onto the second person. As now it looks like they're going to take top bout control heading into this 4th round. KAOS is down by 1. First couple kills go the way of KAOS though. Trade rolls through in a 3v2 situation.
Yeah. 3-2 now. Zavi Kyo having a tremendous clutch potential player that we have seen in the previous game as well. I was here for a couple of broadcasts before as well, weeks before, and they have tremendous clutch potential. Zavi gets one, makes down to a man even situation. 2v2 still. Marker trying to push down towards side B. Sorry, side A. And they kind of know
the
each other's
timing.
location.
They didn't see each other.
Yeah, they didn't see. It was a floor difference.
Okay. I thought they were going to wrap A. They didn't. They're going to take this bomb to B. KAOS clear A. Boyd's been playing top balk this whole time. Lurking. He should have timing here. When does it come? What does it look like? 23 seconds left. He sees one. Oh, the toes, the foot fetish. Doesn't come through. Boyd, one sit. Keo overwatching his partner. 15 seconds left. Bomb goes down. The tags are in. Keo's going to hunt. Nobody's here. Boyd, running for your life. Run as fast as you can. Keo catches you because, my man, he is thy gingerbread man.
That was a very, very good play coming from side of Atlantis in their attacking round as well, and how they are just able to just counter every other strats coming up from the side of KAOS. So at this point of time, KAOS needs to rethink of what's going wrong because they are giving away back-to-back rounds to their opponent.
I mean, it's just COD timing. Like, there is literally no definition but COD timing. I mean, we took a look at Marcel's POV. The timing on the rewrap to B through P2 for Atlantis, he looks away at that moment. And again, Boyd, I don't know if Boyd was expecting the reach out that much, or I don't know if he was expecting Keo to really hunt him down like that. But again, they're just got the awareness a little bit. Yeah, so like timing and awareness needs to be amped up a little bit for KAOS, as now they get the first blood again. Numbers haven't fared them so far. We'll see what they can do. Drox playing through mid. The player to watch, I think, is right here, bottom line. It's Keo. He is hearing a lot, if I'm not mistaken. Bomb is going to go down B. Whenever Keo wants to get active, that's going to be the green light for everybody else from Atlantis to move. Drox is here as well. Keo was spotted, so Keo's going to run. He has 3 players to deal with, and nobody's at B, so a defuse is going to come in. Zavi, can he ninja this? Drox trying to chow, and it is in. The ninja goes through.
Boy, what? Oh my god. This is some serious heat getting packed up from the side of Atlantis. How they're just able to win those attacking round, win those defensive round. Boy, they're just opening every deck opening every card in the deck that they are left, and they're just showing KAOS that who's really the boss in such a fight.
Yeah, just doing a phenomenal job, right? He doesn't move from bottom line until he knows that his teammates are by P2 or through the middle of the map. So he knows that once they're in that position, especially the comms, they're like, hey, everybody backed off a B. There was only one player, and I know it's planted for office, but still, she cannot concede the bomb site like that. Now, it's going to be top bouts. Under secret, TV room. Everybody from Atlantis going underwater, sticking to their native. The timing is here for Logano, though, and the sub above him. They know the trophy's there, the stuns. What can they find? As now, Atlantis, they're going to work out of their spawn. They're going to back up. They're going to at least leave one person in KAOS. This is what they did really well that first round, right? They spread thin. They make sure that they cut off all these angles. Get as much information as possible. You're doing a 4v4.
Yeah. Logano knows for a fact that there's somebody coming in from the staircase. He's just not making that aggressive play. Gets it down. Oh! Zavi takes the trade right. Makes it a 3-2, but the damage has been already done.
Damage has been done. Keo through top secret. 3v2 again for KAOS. We've seen this 3 rounds now, and they've only converted once. Bomb is going to go down A. Marcel knows this. He's going to check this. Marcel not expecting it. Keo gets the better timing. He plays cruddy. Bomb goes down for free. Another play for KAOS that may be biting him in the butt. Keo has the timing. Keo has the information on this player. Suni has to play his life. Keo hunts him. A 1v2 now. Boyd trying to chase. He finds one. The reset is in. 30 seconds. Savvy knows this. Savvy, he turned away at the wrong time.
No.
Oh my devils, Boyd. Are we blind?
I mean, gotta give credit to Boyd. Mistakes being done, and as a great player, as a player who knows the ins and out of the game, you just gotta capitalize on all of it. Just that. 2v4 now after 4 back-to-back rounds. 3 back-to-back rounds. This is that one round victory that is coming into the side of KAOS, and very much a needed one, if you ask me honestly, because as soon as we talked about on how Atlantis are just giving them hell, KAOS to kind of like make them run for their money.
Hard point where they just need one, right? Need one, need two, and they can go from there. Boyd getting the fist bumps around from his KAOS teammates. Now he's having a 6-4 map. Marcel's a little bit on the slower side. Looks like they're going to hit this top secret. Again, the famous 2-2 split from Atlantis. They fared well from it on the defensive side of things. They deal good when Keo hits the routes. And look at this KAOS. They have just reached in. They have gone through top office. They might go to this B bomb site. But again, Atlantis getting the first. Well, not really. They haven't really gotten the first blood much, but they got first blood there.
Yeah, 3-3 now. Retaliation in play. Lefano gets one more. Oh boy, he just doesn't miss, bro. He just didn't miss. The snaps are just way too good coming in from this lad. Yo gets a little bit of that get lit though. Ooh!
Oh,
The slide from Suni takes out the side of Liquid. 1v3.
happens here. Timing of Keo. Does he check top office fully? Marcel dropped out. Bomb goes down B. Keo just going to wait. Keo just going to be patient. He's got all the time in the world. 45 seconds left to work, and I like how KAOS are playing this. Marcel is soldering, so he knows that somebody is office, and with that information, he's going to back up. They're going to play mid. Keo going to charge right into the front door. Does he have the timing? Indeed. Tried to get in a little bit crafty there. KAOS shut him down. They say all eyes on the bomb.
Yeah. That's gonna be
Take another round. That's 2 now. That's 2 now.
Yeah, great. And you know, kind of like that retaliation play is definitely falling in place, where they're able to find that missing puzzle, slowly and steadily, kind of like waiting it out to just complete it on from the side of KAOS. So Atlantis is definitely getting the heat from the side of KAOS. Then they need to stop. Keo has the bomb attacking round coming in from the side of Atlantis. We do see Atlantis not taking a very kind of like a aggressive rush when it comes down to that their attacking round. But when it comes down to defense, they're getting pretty aggressive. Ooh, the bomb gets dropped on the staircase in the hallway. This is bad for the side of Atlantis. There we go. KAOS. What? That was a quick one. 4-4.
Yeah. That was a headbutt through top Baux, and KAOS ready for it. But I like how you said that and pointed that out. It is true. Atlantis, they're playing 2 different sides of the coin. Like offense, very passive, right? And it's somehow worked out for them, because I feel like at times they've been turtled up and at times they're just circled. But they somehow worked their way out of it. And then a defense, they are the aggressors. Now, they did try and change that up. They 4-hit that top Balk area. Everybody just gets traded out. So maybe go back to the passive side of things. But KAOS has caught onto your tail. The scent is there. The blood is out. What can the destroyers do from KAOS? As now 2-2 split again from Atlantis. And again, Liquid. He's able to at least stop one in his tracks.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock. It's 2-3. Ooh, Kilo gets traded off. A double with that penetrable kill. Wallbang. Zevi gets one more, possibly a double for Zevi. Not gonna happen. Make some 1v2. Atlantis, you're losing it, which you aren't supposed to. 1v1. Liquid can find the other one. Possibly going to take back on the positional play around the bomb where it has been dropped. So I go to 1-2. Yeah, he's playing on the diffuser, playing on the bomb.
And he's out too. Like the way just Liquid just like ran. He's like, I'm not waiting for Marcel to chow this. Marcel hitting the outer fences. They see each other. The outer fence route doesn't pull through. He's just gonna play time. He's gonna play Fox and Hare. Gonna make him wait. They're both gonna hit routes here. Marcel has the timing to go to B, and I think he knows this. Does he have all the timing? He's gonna rewrap this actually. And oh my days, Liquid, look behind you. Marcel with the plays. And they're feeling themselves right now. The Purple Hoosiers. Let me tell you, these boys came back from a 4-1 deficit. They're up 5-4 right now.
This is 5-4 happening from 1v2. Oh, sorry, 1-2, 1-3, and after that, that is a 1-4 scoreline. And after that, Atlanta hasn't won even one round. This is a back-to-back comeback coming up from side of KAOS. Now on the map point, this is like insane play coming up from the side of KAOS, where they have just like kind of like set a fire when it comes on the entire strategies from the side of Atlantis.
This A-bomb is the free. Marcel with the ripper. He finds the first blood. The collapse may come through. That's gonna hold the plant for a little bit. Keo, the lurker again, always seeming to be below somebody. Zavi, he's sniffing these plants. Nice little daffodils or some geranges, smelling nice. Everybody hitting routes though. Keo through the map. Keo is somehow on the B bomb site. He finds a kill. I don't know what he's doing over there because his teammates are at A, but it works. So now we're in a 3v3 here, Bullet.
3v3 to maybe decide if we are actually pushing into the round number 11, or maybe this is going to be an end of it. 2v2 now. The bomb has been in control. Now, Atlantis needs to make a move right here, right now. Markel. Yeah.
They're trying to force us A. Markel, he has the timing in secret, but Keo, the route runner. Marcel with one. Does the snap come in? Marcel!
Boy.
Oh my days. The neurons are firing. Get this man on paper. 5 streak to close out map 2. Body shots are in. KAOS came back from a 4-1 deficit. And then when it was looking like Atlantis's round, I will say Keo seemed to let his team out to dry there.
This was possibly the best map that we have seen today. Not gonna lie. From the side of KAOS, especially on a map like what do you call is Hashi, and when you're playing a map like a mode like Search and Destroy, which I feel is one of the best core modes to just decide on the competitive spirit that who's the better team. KAOS has just shown the side of Atlantis the outer door, and with the 2-0 map advantage being on the entire series point, things can end up in a 3-0 fashion, if you ask me honestly.
Oh, that map ended right there. Or Atlantis. Ever since I think it was the biggest turning point was that round where I think they were up 4-3, right? Atlantis was up 4-3. And the biggest round for me was when they changed their pace on offense. Again, you hinted at it the round before, or like right before it, how they were playing. And they decided to chow 4 through top Valks, and everybody got traded out. And from then, I think that, because that's the round that made it 4-4, that's when it's like, oh shit, what are we doing, guys? We tried to do something that didn't work. Let's not do that. They revert back to their old strategies. But again, the ability for KAOS to kind of make those minor adjustments. They started playing for Keo a little bit more. They started playing a little bit more together. They got a little bit more crafty. They got a little bit more ratty. They hit some routes. You know, do some bomb checks every 7.5 seconds. We don't got to check it every 2-3 seconds. And again, it's just insane.
Insane play coming up from the side of KAOS. The more we appreciate the ball short, just appreciate the kind of like a gameplay that they have shown in terms of just stopping all of the power might coming up from the side of Atlantis.
Now we're hopping into map 3, protocol control. And let me tell you, this is not one to play when you're down 0-2 in the series. This is a wrecker in a sense. Can Atlantis make the comeback here? But from the looks of it, looks like they have them in somewhat of a trap. Good 3 dead for the side of KAOS, so they're able to break out of it, and Logano has found some sort of timing. Logano is able to find one. He does get traded out quickly, though, so good job. Progress at A is still going. First tick is about to commence. What can these ARs find? Marcel gets away with his life. Everybody doing a good job, and just so far, only 1 tick at A done.
Yeah. Let's see. Control is going to be the game where KAOS needs to shut this down if they want to win this with a map score of 3-0. They're on a series point now, but again, for the side of Atlantis to win this before they have to just remain alive. You gotta win this one. They gotta win the next one. It's going to be, of course, we will be going back to hard point. So you know that entire comeback, the sweet little comeback story, kind of like needs to get started from this map itself. If not, KAOS will be winning this at 3-0.
Is now great explanation of the scenario that these two teams are in. 8 seconds left. Nobody really touching A. Boyd is on it now, but Atlantis, they has swarmed you through the middle of the map. They have had top trips control. Marcel having to play his life. 3 seconds left. Logano and Suni in the feed only find 2, but it's responded with the trade. And Atlantis just doing a good job of keeping the pressure up that round. As actually, interestingly enough, that's one of the... Both teams, I think, were playing so slow that we didn't see a team go below 20 kills until right there at the end.
Yeah. A good round coming up from, both of the teams in terms of how they have, shown the might in this matchup, because even, Atlantis knows for the fact that, yes, we need to stay alive in this entire series. We just need to have, play with that calm and composure in mind. But for the side of KAOS, they know for a fact that even if we just keep a couple of rounds away, we can still make a comeback in the later stages of the map. So they are being pretty chill about it if you look at their entire gameplay as well. They're playing very defensive, very in a passive mode, honestly.
Now, the pressure is in. Atlantis looking like they want to hit the B site nice and early. Boyd through the middle of the map. He's going to try and hit a route here. Nobody hopping on B just yet, but with the timings and everything, you're going to get sniffed out one way or another. Boyd wanted something in his mind. We all know what he was about to do, but he held off. He's like, no, I'm just going to get the kill and make sure my team is here. Keo hops on B, though, so this is good job. He finds a couple. Progress is still here. However, your team is starting to be funneled through the top side of the minimap. You get shut down by Marcel, Boyd, and Logano, and this is the protocol control I've come to know and see. Good luck getting out of this spot.
Yeah, let's see what goes around. For the side of Atlantis, they've secured the first round. They will be trying to do the same at in this control map, playing on the side of Proto. But again, this also comes down to the fact that we have seen, a very good teams. And I definitely consider Atlantis to be one of the better teams that we have today in the Rising Stars Cup. Falling a little bit short when it comes down to the map of Proto. It's a very open map. It's a map where the interdynamics are just very changed compared to Vault. But there we go. Winning coming up with the double. Marcus is going to assist with the third one as well. We do see a lot of that progress being made from the side of Atlantis towards B point, but that's going to be KAOS yet again to shut this down. Oh, that's going to be Atlantis, sorry, to take this one on their side, and KAOS one more. So it's going to be a 1-1 overall score. Great one indeed. But yeah, things are getting pretty intense.
I'm seeing both teams right now. They're getting put in a spawn trap, and when they know it's a spawn trap, they try and play their lives. They try and be very careful about it. The problem is they're wasting a lot of time to the point where, again, like I said, that first round, we're hitting like 13 seconds, and we're seeing teams at 22, 18 lives, and it's kind of crazy. But, I mean, I know we want to play slow. I know we want to play perfect, right? But somebody's got to force something. We need to chow something here.
Yeah. Let's see. Here will get first blood. We do see Boy. Most of the fact that somebody's up on the window pane, making sure he remains covered. Gets the better of it. Rocks goes down. Not a lot of time left, as it's going to be the third round, folks. Both of our team needs to shut this down pretty quick. Do see
This
good
guy.
progress being made from the side of KAOS on side B, side A.
Yeah, and something different is when your ARs are able to stay alive. Marcel with a nice three-piece there. You see how easy the progress comes, especially when you're on A alone. Now you have the middle of the map. The slide over to B is nice and clean. Suni able to hop on time. This is a two-man stack at most. Xavi is going to make it at least a little bit difficult. ARs through the middle are doing their job. Suni with a kill. Marcel with one. Drock's not able to find much. And now solo challenge started coming in. 2 ticks almost done. Keo isn't able to find much. Lickety split chaos. Flip a switch. Something happened here because this B point is, I think, almost. Oh no, they got 2 ticks. Oh no, it's almost done. Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about.
It's a 2-1, a quick win indeed coming out from the side of KAOS. They are slowly and steadily getting back the control of the entire pace of the game. And this is what they did in the previous matchups as well. So a good one coming up from the side of, KAOS to kind of like, they know for a fact that, yes, Atlantis did got the first round, but still we are in control. We're having that momentum, having that confidence that we have won the past 2 maps on their side. So they are just slowly and steadily, approaching the game, approaching the entire strats coming up from the side of Atlantis, especially in a map like this. It's a very open, interdynamic map. You have a lot of the layers on the ground floor. You have a lot of that, open field lobby, especially in this part of that section over here. So you do have a lot of that chances to flank your enemy, but also comes down to that trade game needs to done right. Ooh, Shuni gets the good drop on the side of Drox. We do see a couple of good kills again coming in very early for the side of KAOS.
Yeah, and you talk about trading. Atlantis not able to find any of that. And this could be a quick 3-0 if they're not going to find something savvy. Has to make himself known, but his teammates are falling. Marcel is on an 8 spree. Man is on overtake. Make it a 9 spree. And everybody else is following suit. Logano's on a 4, Suni on a 7. The only person not on a streak is Boyd, but he's doing his job. Sit back, relax, pick up the slackers. And Marcel is on a 10. Marcel is matching what he did in map 1. Ladies and gentlemen, can he break it? I'm assuming he can. Let me tell you this much. He's just playing cruddy through mid. Now Atlantis, somebody hit a route. That is Keo. He hops onto A. But again, they're able to bring Marcel down, saving grace. Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's got a Hellstorm, and Logano's falling suit.
35-16 now. Atlantis losing a lot of blood. Losing a lot of the respawns very early in the game. 30 seconds left on the clock. We do see the side of KAOS making a good progress. But now it's going to be Atlantis to actually show them hell. Back-to-back kill from the side of Keo as well. But he goes down eventually. Rocks Liquid left round from the respawn. They're trying to come up on the center. Shuni making sure he can actually flank. Goes up down for the upper raffle. Possibly good positioning. Logano takes the double. Gets the side of Logano. Usually gets 1. Drops the second. That's going to be a different guy. It's going to be 20-9. Definitely, this is going into the favor of KAOS. And please map score.
Yeah, that's serious. Like we could. I'm not gonna lie. Atlantis was probably scared to jaw that right there. They got a 3 dead off of trading. Marcel is the only one on the A site. Now I know it's trading, so if you're Atlantis, you're waiting for respawns. Maybe you want to double chow Marcel. You have the first initial spawns. However, you wait too long because then I think it was who was it? I think it was Boyd or Logano who filled up the middle of the map again and then just made it way more difficult for you to chow on A. Savvy went 8-14. Liquid went 4-15. You got numbers like that, you are not winning shit. Excuse my language, but seriously, you aren't winning anything.
I mean, a great play. Great, I would say, play coming up from side of Atlantis in the first map itself. But from the search and destroy, it kind of like felt like Atlantis was not really feeling the entire game. They were just not able to kind of like analyze what's going wrong from their side, and from that, things started to fall off for the side of Atlantis.
Oh yeah, I mean that search and destroy was everything. Like you're up 4-1. Now I know, like 4-1 may sound not as big, like as like a 5-1 lead or like a 5-2, but it still holds the same amount, right? You're up 3 rounds, and they just go unanswered. They go unanswered. It didn't go to around 11 or nothing. They ripped 5 off. and they end up winning that map. So it was just insane to see that. And yeah, like you said, after that S&D, they just weren't able to. They didn't look the same. Like it's flat tires, gas emptied. So
yeah, so that was that, folks. We'll be jumping down to the next game pretty soon now. Let's take a quick break before we jump down to the fourth game for the broadcast. We'll be coming back very shortly.
Pop my bullet, bit of portion.
Sing it with me, Bullet. All right, I don't know what we're doing. We're here, ladies and gentlemen. It's Bullet. It's Corpse. I start introductions weird. We're gonna be hopping into this next series. It's gonna be KAOS taking on CxnFlicted in one of the losers semis, if I'm not mistaken. And this should be a little bit better of a matchup because this is the 1 versus the 2 seed. So we got a banger. I don't know how these two teams ended up here in losers, but we're here for it. It should be a Hasi hard point. And for those that don't know, this is going to be pretty much a run back. Oh no, it's a Skyline. So hopping on Skyline.
Yeah. I mean, hard point again. I mean, to tell all of the viewers, it's going to be the same map set that we have seen in the previous one as well. It's going to be Hashi for the first 2 ones, Proto for the 3rd one, Vault for the 4th, and if it goes on to the 4th, and Protocol for repeatedly for the 2nd one in the series as well. But right now, of course, it's going to be KAOS facing the Sarah CxnFlicted. I'm gonna say, folks, KAOS on how they have just played absolute like a beauty in the last game against that of Atlantis. They will be in a really, really good momentum play coming up in this one as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be huge for like CxnFlicted. They're going to have to go insane. The person I'm looking at is Poison. He's a big starter to their play. Mystic and Lieb. Those are like the following 2 acts. Secret is always that last person that goes on a nice spree every once in a while. He's that consistent rock, but we're hopping into this Skyline hard point. We're heading into this P2. So far, it's been all chaos. As again, Marcel is on a 6. Marcel is the Beamer MVP. Unfortunately, he gets taken down by Lieb, but Logano is there, and Lieb, he's keeping things mixy here for CxnFlicted. Fortunately, close spawns roll through. CxnFlicted, though, however, they're punching something into the front side.
Yeah. Right now, we do see the side of CxnFlicted was able to get a good control, almost a better control when it comes down to the entire play coming up from the side of CxnFlicted on the first hill point. But as we proceed out the second, we do see the side of KAOS doing absolute beauty. Ooh, Secret missing a good job of actually stopping the entire control coming up from the side of KAOS on that hill. Now it's going to be CxnFlicted to kind of like remain intact on the second point.
And this is like going to be so hard for CxnFlicted. I know they're the number 2 seed, but from what we've seen from KAOS, especially the last series, they definitely turned up and they played that hacienda perfectly, like you said. We're heading into a Skyline, which is going to feature them more and more. I mean, we're talking about Marcel, the 5 spree already, Suni and how he can go on a streak. Logano's able to snap. Boyd, when he can, he's able to go huge as well, which is what he did right there to control that P3. So it seems like Skyline was made for them. CxnFlicted, however, I don't know if they got a 4th. I don't know if they got like an emergency sub. I know they were looking for somebody to step in, so I'll have production fill this in later. But right now, let's just assume that they have that emergency sub playing, and it shows. They're down 20 early in this map 1. Rotation is not theirs. They do have a spawn out in. I don't know if they're going to utilize this to their advantage. Marcel's going to track back and at least make it mixy on this old scrap time. He's going to be able to do just that. Mystic is only able to find 1. And as this P3 comes to an end, the gap's going to be closing just a tad bit longer. Boyd has to deal with a lot here on the flank. He is able to find one. The jump and slide doesn't roll through. So now if you're conflicted, this is the chance to really get a big break or at least get a nice close in on this lead. Suni, however, has something to say about it. He gets taken down by Lead.
37 to 69 now. 4 minutes left on the clock. A lot of time for both of teams to actually kind of like understand the overall situation coming up from the opponent team and act accordingly. We do see the side of conflicted to actually be a better on the overall positional play, but we also see have KAOS winning a lot of this gunfire. Market and Logano doing absolutely just dropping bodies on the floor whenever they're getting those chances to do so. Right now, it's going to be someone to do the same. It's going to be the Leave and Mystic from side of Conflicted as well. I'm not sure if Mystic was still in the Conflicted roster a few weeks earlier. Possibly, I could be wrong about it. But yeah, there are some changes definitely looking like it on the side of Conflicted roster.
Yeah, they're doing a good job, at least from what they've put together. Lead change isn't going to roll through, but with scrap time, Conflicted will be down 1 as P1 pops. Scrappy as ever, kill feed, purple and green. Conflicted on top. They are able to find at least a 3 dead. Spawns roll through. Marcel helping his teammate out on new. Mystic is able to find a kill. And again, a flurry of trades roll through. Conflicted on top, however. Now, parallel splits are happening right now, so we'll see if Labe can pick it up because he's spawning that piano side. Number 2 is spawning on barbecue steps. Marcel is going to take full advantage of that. He finds a kill. 3 dead in the feed for KAOS. They get a break on this P1. They also get the flip with the help of Suni's 2-piece. This has been a good start for the second set of rotations for KAOS, which again, something they did really well on that Hacienda was rotations. It was the name of the game. They were able to pick and track names off like days. I think you're muted, Bullet. I think your actual microphone is muted.
Yeah, apologies, folks. Yeah, sorry for that, folks. KAOS not getting back the control of the entire situation, but they got a props to the side of Conflict. They're able to read onto that plays coming up and cut off those rotations coming up from the side of KAOS on how they're just able to kind of like set foot on the entire hard point, but they are doing it pretty late after like KAOS have taken a good control of it and secure their pretty good numbers from the entire time. So I feel like, yes, this can be a pretty good kind of like a starter for the side of KAOS if they're able to maintain so. But for now, it's going to be side of Conflicted to regain back control of the hill point.
Do a good job, but again, Conflicted breaking and breaking. They're having a lot of success, but the more you kind of get comfortable with breaking on a map like Skyline, it just leaves you up for more of a chance to fail because you can't always do that on this map. This is one where you need at least control for a couple. You need to feel like you're in the driver's seat. Now, again, we're heading. This P3 is popping. You're down 20. Labe's flying in through the kitchen. Labe is able to find one. Everybody else falls from his team. He's on a 4 spree, so that's going to come to an end shortly after. Off spawn, ARs aren't able to find much. So, again, KAOS with a nice rebuttal very quickly. They're able to find something. Trades rolling through. Mystic hitting a route. Secret as well. Chows are here. They're going to take advantage. Logano's able to find Labe. And because of how Conflicted played that, they had a couple people hit Top Cat. They had a couple people hit that P1 area. And they just were able to... They left a 1v1 on the front side of the hill, which KAOS, you win your 1v1s. That old time is going to keep going your way. And now you have a 50-point lead. Excuse me, I have to step away real quick.
Yeah, 177 to 125, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a pretty good intense situation coming up from the side of Conflicted as well. Leap tries to get 148 HP, still surviving, pops up a stun. Yu's gonna do that, pops up a need, but it's gonna be retaliation stun as well. But now actually takes on the side of Mystic. Leap gets one more. Logano is able to do wonders. He's still alive. What? He's still fighting with there on the same angle? Oh yeah, boy. 196 to 125 though. 200 points coming in from the side of KAOS. It's gonna be the it's gonna be the first team to set off the footing on the first 200 points, and absolutely wonders being done from the side of KAOS. Market gets the third, drops a fourth, entire team getting wiped out from the hands of Markel, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna be done and dusted for the side of KAOS in the first map of Skyline.
Oh yeah, just a complete shutdown from one-man army right there. And again, chaos stems from his power and what he can provide. Now, if you're conflicted, you haven't found much the past few hills. You've been basically sitting at 125 since P3. I know it's only been one hill since, but we can see what a full 60 does for chaos. Now the kill feed still purple and green. Poison trying to find something. Trades are rolling through. Poison getting away with his life there, but the chow comes through from Logano. And again, 10 seconds to win. If you're chaos, all you need to do is do what you've been doing. Practice makes perfect, and they have done just that. 6 seconds to win now. Marcel with the chow out. He's not able to find much. Conflicted, trying to put up a fight here. Spawns are going to get a little bit hectic for them. And again, that person's fallen off the map. Chaos win map 1.
Yeah, that's going to be 250 to 129. Winning by a huge margin, by the way. Conflicted. We did saw the side of Conflicted making good changes in the entire positional play on how they were able to counter a lot of that rotations coming up from the side of Chaos and getting those trade and overall, gunfights getting won from the side of Conflicted after especially the 2 or the 3 minute marker. But after that, it was just chaos all over the place. Especially you gotta give credit to Salvo Gama. It has been absolutely crazy in the first map of Hardpoint.
I mean, they did their thing. Again, I was scared for kind of Conflicted on that map 1. It was interesting because like Hacienda is an open map, right? So you're like, it took chaos for a full rotation of hills to finally find their groove. You look at a Skyline, again, I can't say it much, but it suits them. The way they just bring their gunnies, like the gun skill is there. A Conflicted was matching them, I would say. Like the first half of that map, they were doing a good job of, again, breaking. They were able to doing a good job of flushing out spawns, flipping when it was necessary. The hard part is there was no consistency from Conflicted. They were getting flipped as well. They were getting rebroke off of their breaks. It was just over and over. You're fighting hills from the front side, and again on a Skyline, it's gonna feel monotonous. You are gonna be shut down. Pressure was too much for them. So chaos, they ended up taking a 252 what was it? It was 125 win.
250 to 129. And we are going to Hashi again with a search and destroy. I mean, the map have been all the same. So I feel like in terms of the overall dictation as well for the map choices, Chaos has done a pretty good job because they've won 3-0 in the last map pool. So I feel like Chaos wanted the same kind of like a map selection, and they kind of like went out for the map veto in a similar way that they get a same map pool as they went in against the side of Encounters and finished off the game in a 3-0 scoreline. So yeah, let's see what they do.
Bomb is down. Labe and Secret going huge with a nice 2-piece. We're in a 1v3. Logano's last alive. 26 seconds left. Has to buy as much time as possible. Tried to duck and do whatever. And Poison, he's able to find that kill. So I love that you pointed it out. Chaos sticking with a familiar map in their repertoire. They did a good job. We saw them do a phenomenal turnaround against Atlantis U18 team. The hard part is if you're Conflicted, if you've been watching, you know how they play on this map, right? Because it's been, what, 2 maps now back to, well, this has been 2 back-to-back Hasi S&Ds that we've seen on stream. I think for Chaos, this has been 3 in a row. You've played it as your second map for the whole bracket. So the hard part is, what do you throw out? Because I talk about how Hasi provides a lot of good play calls. If you play it 3 times in a row, you've got nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, definitely. At this point of time, we do see the Hasi coming in play with the search and destroy the first round. Went into that Conflicted. Good kill, though. Chaos making sure they answered back if they are the team to suffer losses in the early rounds of the game. Uni making sure nobody's on the corner, but yeah, they don't for a fact that Conflict, they don't for a fact that there's a lot of that force coming up on the B side, so it's probably good to take the rotation. It's going to be Boy to kind of like remaining in the charge over here. Almost getting lost. So I know sort of like somebody's coming in, tries to fight up, Bird goes down. It's going to be a 2v3.
Again, the thing that hurt Chaos against Atlantis was the timings. They need to stay rooted, but we're in a 1v2. Marcel's able to make it at least a little bit more manageable for Suni. 2 subs that do, or the 2 people that do really well are Marcel and Suni's in 1v2s. 19 seconds left. Timing is here. He saw one. He knows that the play is for B. 14 seconds left. He's going to track. All you got to do is kill the bomb carrier and then get away with your life. 9 seconds. The plant will roll through. Suni dancing with the devil, and he did not see the bomb carrier. Oh, my days. Tucked behind the wall, CxnFlicted. Come away with the 2-0 lead.
Yeah. Good overall play coming up in this, both of the teams overall, if you ask me honestly. KAOS gets the first victory over here, though. CxnFlicted gets the second round victory as well, coming up against the side of KAOS in this search and destroy. And slowly and steadily, like I have said this earlier as well, if you are the team who's not able to get map number 1 to your favor, you have to somehow get map number 2 on your side as well, because it kind of like gives you a lot of that mental play favoring the side of your opponent team, and especially it kind of like affects your confidence as well in a best of 5 series like this.
On the first blood, crucial. Labe on the pinch, able to find another and poison. It's the 3rd kill. Dominant round so far out of CxnFlicted. Something we've seen from KAOS is first few rounds don't really go their way. They make the mid-game adjustments. They respond really well. Boyd is last alive in a 1v4. Bomb is down top secret, and I think they know this. Boyd is going to chow out, so he's able to find one, but, I mean, you enter a firing range, you enter the execution where everybody's standing up. Everybody has the gun pointed. Now, CxnFlicted, you're halfway there. You have the 3-0 lead. What are you seeing so far, Bullet?
I see that KAOS might end up this one in a 3-0 map score. I don't know. I am having this gut feeling that KAOS will make up a comeback in this search and destroy as well, win up the next one as well, and end this in a 3-0. If not, if CxnFlicted wins this one against the side of KAOS, this might be the entire back-to-back victory coming up for the side of CxnFlicted. I don't know why I have a feeling. If CxnFlicted win this one, they will win up the next control. They win up the next set point as well. If they are not able to do so, maybe KAOS might do up a comeback.
Talk about a comeback. It's going to start right there, right? KAOS able to find the first round to their name. Good job keeping that pressure at B. Marcel was there. First initial blood didn't go your way that round. But the oversights from Boyd and Marcel, the ARs, able to find the kills, able to keep CxnFlicted. Because that's something CxnFlicted do really well. I think so far what we've seen in Hasis, they play with some pace, right? They know when to make their decisions. It's like, we're going to do this and we're going to do this now, right? We're not going to stop until we find it. And especially on B, based off the 2 B hits that they've done, this is a team that wants to overextend. They want to get into that top office area, plant the bomb in the AR favor. Again, just KAOS making sure that they don't. But here we go. Bang outs. It's going to be a 4v2 scenario here. Poison able to find one somehow, takes him down. Lieb is last alive. Lieb able to get a kill and get away with his life. Good luck, Marcel. You're in a 1v3, brother.
Possibly can do wonders, because you have seen Market doing so. But now it's going to be CxnFlicted to be in charge of the entire search and destroy scenario, because we did saw them making that 2-0, 3-0 victory, and now it's going to be the side of CxnFlicted to win a back-to-back rounds. KAOS did got one round in the other side, but this is like CxnFlicted in charge of the entire thing.
And they make the same comeback they did again in Atlantis.
Yeah.
They're going to do a 2-2 split. Something we don't usually see in KAOS is when they do these splits on defense. It did work last time, though. Logano's here. Logano trying to get away with his life. Unfortunately, he doesn't. Marcel, again, the AR coverage is there, so the first blood, or the trade after the first blood rolls through. You know where they are, but Mystic is able to pick off Marcel. That's going to be crucial. Now you're going to flood through mid. Suni almost got caught while wying. He does take down one with him. To Boyd in another 1v2. What can he do? Now CxnFlicted. They took down Suni through the middle of the map, so they said, hey, A has to be free for the taking. Boyd hasn't cleared out B just yet because he's been playing by boat. He's going to take a water route, though. With all this time, bomb does go down at A. Boyd knows this. He's like, all right, now I got to take and make the trek all the way across map.
1-2 right now. He can definitely try to win this post-match situation. He does have the time left. But the overall positioning coming up from Mystic Secret is just better. They know for a fact that it's going to be someone coming up. We have the second guy playing up on the upper height advantage. Spots one, though, deals a little bit of damage, but they're not aggressively pushing the... Oh, Secret gets one. He was stunned. And Conflicted wins another one.
And you're able to rip Mystic off that back Eddie like that, or Secret like that, and but unfortunately, the team plays was better. I liked how Conflicted do that, right? They both split, or they both do the buddy system. They make a route. They check bomb. One splits, the other stays. So far, KAOS haven't found anything. Map 2. Conflicted, the better S&D team. This is a 1v2 matchup. Seeding-wise, will we see a map 5? Or can KAOS pull off the comeback? In fact, they're going to go with their tried and true. Top A secret hit. Labe is here. He's all stunned up. Logano first blood. Logano with the second. However, it's traded. Conflicted in a 2v2 scenario. Poison working quickly. Poison able to get the act. Able to find that. Poison isn't... Oh, my God. Logano. Shots were in. Somehow got away with his life. Does the regen come through? Mystic. Back down. 73 HP. And reset, everybody. Logano somehow got away with his life right there. I'm still shocked. But he hasn't picked up the bomb. Gonna clear this. Mystic is gonna take a long route here.
1-1. Might be the start of KAOS doing a reverse sweep. Might be just Conflicted ending things right now. A pretty quick one. Anything can happen. Mystic knows for the fact that he's going to be defending the entire thing. The bomb has been already dropped. Oh, it's going to be one of the players who's having 1v2s. They have seen him. Mystic spots him down. There we go. It's going to be Zaf Conflicted to take away the second map in a 6-1 scoreline.
Oh, yeah, because if I'm Logano right there, I wasted way too much time. I know you want to clear every angle, and he tried to get the timing on back plat, but both players knew what they wanted to do. They wanted to rewrap the other. When it just comes down to it, Logano not having the timing there. Mystic goes huge, 6-3. Poison 6-4. Labe, however you want to say his name, phenomenal on an 8-3 performance. And Hasi S&D. And I don't even know what the next map is going to be because I thought it was going to be a Hasi hardpoint for the map 1, but I guess it was Skyline, so we were lied to. Damn you, production.
Yeah. Overall, I would say definitely for the side of Conflicted, it was like a really nice comeback coming up from their side because KAOS and steamrolled them in the first map of 5.0, if you ask me honestly. So that was a really, really good one coming up from the side of Conflicted to win up the second map and not let the side of KAOS to win a second map on their side and do the entire map scoreline like a 2-0, which can wind up a lot of that mental pressure coming up as an opponent.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while these guys load into map 3, we're going to take a short break. Stay tuned. Something on control. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're hopping in map 3. I told you it's going to be control on something, and that something is protocol, the bread and butter for a lot of these teams. We've seen KAOS play it. They put you in a shredder, conflicted, able to match you in the S&D side of things, but are you able to keep up in the slaying department? Something they struggled in that map 1, that skyline. It's going to be a big test here, as this is going to be a motivational swing and in the series scores. I'm going to be by myself for about 5 minutes. So yes, you're going to be hearing the same voice over and over again, but we're hopping into this protocol control. So far conflicted. They're up 2 in the lives and they have pretty much good mid-map pressure. Logano is in through this big gun area though. So this could be huge. Suni finding a kill. Going to open things up for Logano. However, a flurry of trades roll through. At least it's a 2-2 trade on both sides. It's going to slow things down. But again, the player to watch is Logano for the side of KAOS. He can really be the make or break. And I think they saw him. They didn't see him. So he's in. He's going to find the first blood on the side of conflicted, though. You have a couple people top trips, and that's going to be a nice match. No, Lieb able to line him up, and that's 3 in the feed. Conflicted, shutting things down swiftly. Lieb making it 4. That's going to be ended right after that, though. And now you got to go through mid-map where the ARs are sitting secret, shutting it down, conflicted. They take the first round.
First round of control already done and dusted. That was pretty quick. I mean,
yeah,
that was well under like 3 or 4 minutes. That was like
I wasn't even. That was like 2.
That was like 2. Damn. Yeah,
no, nobody touched time. So I mean, but both teams trying to fight for mid-map presence, and so. Wait, is it 2 minutes for the average control round? I think it is, right?
Not sure about the 2 minutes. It's 4 minutes,
yeah,
right?
It's a minute 30.
Oh, it's a minute 30. Apologies. But yeah, we do see a conflicted getting in severe control. I mean, they have won. They didn't won the first map. They did won the second map of Search and Destroy, and now they are like doing really, really good in terms of also trying to take third map in their side as well, making the odds in their favor and in a better way with a 2-1 map score line. Conflicted making good progress at B. They've almost captured the second segment, making sure the third segment is there. Trying to make sure there's gonna be no, he's gonna get kicked out of the Super Master, and there you go. The B point has already been secured.
Yeah, they're just winning their gunfights. They are steamrolling this KAOS team, which we are used to them seeing, like win their ones, win their gunnies, and they are steamrolling others. Right now, conflicted. Nice official first initial push, and that's going to put you in the driver's seats tick wise. So, round 5 is looking pretty nice for you, and you got Secret hitting a route. Oh, that's what he's got to do to get out of spawn. The only player there is Mystic. I think they know he's here. They're going to hunt him down, but soon he catches 2. Lacking. That's going to make some breathing room for KAOS. Problem is, again, you got Secret over here. He's just waiting for these people. He's waiting for the lurkers from KAOS to really just overextend to get to A. We got a minute 30 left in this round. Lives are basically tied. Poison hitting all types of routes. Conflicted in the blender.
Conflicted making sure Poison goes down. Logano takes down Sarafli. Poison takes down Satellite, but not Poison still alive, folks. Poison with the 2 players coming back to 2 of the kills coming back to back for him. His guy takes down Saraf Mark Hill 13-14 now. As you know, folks, it's going to be the team who actually the team to actually win out the first 3 rounds is going to be the victory of the entire situation. So let's see. It's going to be how Poison to be on the 10th kill. But let's see how actually Conflicted might be able to take down the second round as well, and maybe mount up some more pressure on the head of KAOS.
And that's huge. They were able to find, I think it was Boyd who was lurking in the spawn. So that is a big kill from Conflicted. That's going to keep these pushes at least a little bit more bay. And now if you're KAOS, you're just going to wait for Conflicted to hit the OEs. You're going to wait for them to kind of chow out. They're just kind of, they're waiting. They're trying to work their way into top grannies. Marcel with the turn. He gets traded, though, so you're on A if you're conflicted with 11 seconds left. Lives are basically even. Well, now you're down to your last set. It's 7-4. Logano's going to chow. He's going to have some help. He's going to snipe people. That's 3 dead. Make it a 4v3. Secret with 2 of his own. Make it a 4v2. He's on A. Secret is snapping. Secret is piecing. The 2v3 here, 1 second left. You gotta chow. Leeb, he's gonna hop on. 0.6 seconds left. Marcel cover fire. Leeb, Suni working A. He falls. 0.6 seconds left. Marcel emptying everything. Hold the phone. You got at least 1 tick left. Marcel has to chow and conflicted.
Yeah.
They take the second round and hold on. This team looking unsteady in map 1. Pound Town, Hammer, Slammer, map 3. Let me tell you that much.
Yeah. At this point of time, gotta give a very good praise for the side of conflicted, how they are just taking charge, of the entire control of this matchup as well, and gotta say for the fact that and how they also won up the entire map of Search and Destroy was something very, very extraordinary. And KAOS are definitely feeling the heat right now.
Oh, indeed. Now, they're down 2-0 in the control. They've been put to the test in the respawn side of things this map. Conflicted, taking routes. They have mid-map covered. They have somebody in your spawn. They got 2 about to approach A. Natural developing pinch is gonna happen. Leeb with a nice 2-piece. Leeb has come alive. He had a slow map 1. Let me tell you, he's putting his team on map. And if you're looking at KAOS side of things, Marcel is your struggler, 8-13. He was the one that was going insane map 1. You need him here and now.
Let's see. We can talk about the side of Mystic. Ooh, 10-9 right now. Double streak. Ooh! So down to the secondary. Poison gets a double. Oh, almost. Now gets a double though. And we do see the side of KAOS making sure they don't get up the conflicted. The side of KAOS don't get a control of the point A. Almost securing 2 segments. Probably a third one as well. It's just one guy gonna take forever to take back control. 2-0. 50 seconds left on the clock.
You find a couple kills for KAOS. Make that 3 dead. Mystic is gonna hit a route. You have some life at A. Can you hop onto it? Can you get this last tick? I think that's going to be done and dusted. Conflicted aren't going to chow. Going to poke at range, though, and they find 4. A point is secured, so extra minute to play with. But now you have people in your spawn, everybody from Conflicted, making sure that B is covered. And I like this out of them. Mystic has walked around the moon and back just for that kill alone. Sets up Leeb to go top trips. And again, you just have them in the Slammer. The Hammer, the LeBron James, King Khan. I don't even know. I can't rap because I'm white.
Right now, Poison 16-15, Leap 17-16. This is something really, really on point coming up from side of Conflicted. But ooh, no. It'll be 10-8 now. If Conflicted get this one, the second map is coming their way. Void gets the side of Secret Markle, making sure the rotation works in the play. Poison knows for the fact that it's going to be double play. Over the tank, Leap comes in for a flank. Possibly gets double. No! Shuni goes down. And that's going to be Secret to take down side of Shuni. Markle takes on Boy with the headshot. 7-5. KAOS, no respawn remaining. Definitely going to the way for the side of Conflicted.
Yeah, that was a huge kill on Marcel. He was on that backside of B. He tried to get in behind and maybe delay a little bit, hit a route, cut a couple people down. Conflicted, Poison through mid, finds a big one. 6-2 are the lives. Marcel tracking. Marcel having a nightmare of a time with the timings. Call of Duty's rent-free in his head. Conflicted, take the control 3, yo. They just hook on you, and we're going to map 4.
Overall, I would say for the side of Conflicted, they have secured up 2-1. Just need one more shut this down, or maybe on the next hard point, or maybe on the next Search and Destroy. But as they have this like mounted heat on the side of KAOS, who's just not able to perform so well compared to what we have both seen. KAOS just recklessly defeating Atlantis. It's a very good team in the U18 COD League in a 3-0 fashion. I feel like definitely Chaos are losing that confidence right now in the entire gameplay, because it kind of like shows in that gameplay that they are not winning the kind of like gunfights that they were able to win against the side of Atlantis. And can be also for a fact that this team is conflicted, is playing much lot better compared to what Atlantis did in their match against the side of Chaos.
That's indeed. They played that Hacian a whole lot better. Especially like they didn't let them waver. They didn't let, Chaos come back. The thing I am looking at though is Chaos to me is a hard point team through and through. I feel like that's where they thrive. So, as long as you get to that map 4, you're okay. You have some chance to make it to that map 5. The problem is you're down 2-1 in the series, right? And when you go up against a team like CxnFlicted, who again is the number 2 seed, they're keeping up in that slaying category. It's going to be very hard to find motivation in this map 4 because again, you're like, well, Lieb is starting to pop 2 pieces. Poison is getting into the mix, right? I think he came from Unreal Nightmare. That man is phenomenal. You got Mystic as well, who's in and out of player from Unreal. It's going to be insane, especially on a Vault hard point. We'll see how this is. CxnFlicted, can they turn the tide? Skyline may have not been theirs. Vault, a little bit more rotational, a little bit more traditional. Well, Chaos, they set the tone early with the 4 dead.
Let's see, folks, how things can escalate from here. Whether it's be the side of Chaos to stay alive in this map and push this for a third one, for the decider map number 5, or whether it's be the side of CxnFlicted to kind of like show who's the real boss at hardpoint. But again, the first hardpoint that we saw when it came down facing the side of CxnFlicted, it was side of Chaos to win with flying colors, because it was 129 to 250, huge difference coming their way. So yeah, maybe CxnFlicted might lose this one in terms of the overall history.
See what happens. As they get a nice rotation here, they're able to keep P2 spawns in their favor. They find a nice couple kills through a hallway. That's going to keep things at least a bare minimum. Boyd through the front, top cat steps. He's going to find one with the help of Logano. The break is looming. The break is imminent. The break is there. And let me tell you, Mystic, though, gets a nice 2-piece. Soon he gets the trade. Back spawns are in. Poison. CxnFlicted. Hold strong. Hold steady. Marcel, though. Marcel. 3-piece. And again, I feel like if you're Chaos, you need Marcel on your board. And I may be glazing a bit. Logano has always been your consistent rock. But Marcel and Logano are the heavy hitters for this squad right here.
Yeah. Right now, we do this out of secret, making it to 3-5. This is what Logano, what he was trying to do, I'm not really sure. But anyways, it's going to be the side of Chaos. Make to 4-6, 4-4, 8, 4, 7, 5. Good, interesting picks coming up from the side of Chaos. CxnFlicted again. When it comes down to hardpoint, not performing so well, but still they have a couple of minutes left, couple of time left on how they can just like analyze the entire situation and start retaliating to the same.
Well, what you can do is have what you can do is have Marcel top art. He's only going to be able to find 2 before. Oh my days! The snap from Logano, 12-4 on a 4 spree. This young man, 12-5, map 1. Let me tell you, he's trying to put his team up top early, and he has done that. They're at a 40-point lead. Spawns for new is theirs. However, you have to deal with Mystic, which Mystic going to keep it at least a tad bit more scrappy. And look at this. He has allowed Poison to get through the middle of the map, which now Poison gets ripped off that heady from Boyd, who, again, good for a 2-piece when you need it. Chaos ensues, no pun intended. Able to clean up the spawns they are. CxnFlicted now spawning out. Good luck because P4. This is the hill.
Yeah, 41 to 83. We do see for a fact that it's going to be the side of Chaos. Again, taking back control. 90 to 42. Stunned. Markel. Still contesting. Oh, he gets stated out though. Leap gets one more. Let's see how things can just interchange. 93 to 45 now. Chaos just being the supreme over here. Not gonna lie on how they're just playing in the overall situations. If you ask me honestly, they are almost down to making down to the 100-point marker, and gotta say for a fact that things are getting very, very serious over here for the CxnFlicted, because they have the overall momentum play. They have the map score line. If they don't win this one up, it will be like a waste of the entire two maps that they have like won previously, not concluding this lead and getting a fresh restart in the final one. So it's better for the CxnFlicted to end this one at this hard point, but KAOS are just being the better side, honestly.
No crap, it'd be better to win it here. You want that series ending. But as we're getting into the next set of rotation of hills, it looks like both teams, wanting control of Top Cat. They want to keep it as mixy as ever, and they're doing just that. CxnFlicted so far haven't really got much time. Well, KAOS have come away with about 10 to 15 seconds or so on this P1. So it's a good job out of them for fighting us from the front side. Spawns are gonna go the way of CxnFlicted as of now. However, Boyd on the minimap has slipped through, so he's backside P2. He's the player to watch. He's the player to go huge. CxnFlicted not expecting this secret, though. Must have saw him out of the corner of his eyes. And again, Boyd, he thought he had the timing there. You're going to spawn in the back. However, Poison is picking it up. He finds one. A trade should roll through. However, everybody dies on the front side of time. Lieb hops off. The ARs are there. Watch it from the front side. Doesn't matter. Mystic covering his teammate CxnFlicted in. And now, again, spawns are crazy. You got them spawning P4. Setups need to be perfect.
Let's see how this goes, honestly. At this point of time, it can be anyone's game. At this point of time, things can go on forever, but anyone's side, because CxnFlicted right now 100, KAOS is at 120. They get around on an average, and if CxnFlicted are still able to kind of stop the entire push coming up from the side of KAOS and change the pace of the game at any given moment, CxnFlicted can still reverse sweep this entire map on their side and win this out with a 3-1. Yeah.
Nice 3 dead from KAOS right there. They pick up the flankers. They pick up the route runners. That's going to keep it at a bare minimum. They're going to keep everybody in front of them. Secret's going to hit a route here through P4. Marcel having to look at P3. That's not going to help you because number 5 has slipped through. Secret is the man to watch on the minimap. I think Marcel knows this. The timing, he turns around, and the kill feed, Marcel does pick up one. Time is going the way of CxnFlicted right now. They have pulled it back just a little bit. They're down 30. Lieb, however, also hit a route. He's in through top art. He's number 8 on the minimap. He's going to cause somebody to spawn on him. That's Mystic. And now they find a nice couple kills. Sooni's left all alone. Sooni's like, hey, I'm going to back up. I'm going to play for min-map presence. I want my team here. And they're going to try and get as much time as possible before this next rotation comes through. And you can tell CxnFlicted, they know how important it is. Everybody backs up. They're going to concede the map to KAOS. I don't necessarily know if I like it. Well, Lieb spawns out. You do a good job of finding your ones. But never mind. Great play call out of CxnFlicted, because now we're heading into another P4, which I think it was won by KAOS last time, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Not sure about it, but as KAOS in the lead right now, slowly and steadily they are getting the better part of it, and again, like I said, CxnFlicted are able to stop them as soon as they set their footing right. But it's that very in the very minimal time period is they're able to as they have the lead right now, able to maximize it to a further extent. So CxnFlicted needs to shut down KAOS once or twice, just get the better of it. But if not, I would still say CxnFlicted is gonna push this. CxnFlicted has to set this one up for the decider map, which is going to be after a while if KAOS wins out this one, which is like this is going to that phase, because KAOS has a history of winning hard points in a better way.
Another thing that kind of shot CxnFlicted in the foot, right, is on that P3 rotation, everybody backed up. I think there was like 15, 20 seconds left on that third hill, and they were just like, yeah, we're going to concede this and make sure everybody spawns on new for the green team. The hard part is they conceded the middle of the map. The first initial gunfights go the way of CxnFlicted on that P4. You're doing a stellar job. Somebody slips through, though, however, or somebody died. And then again, just you get broken. And that's been the story for a lot of teams that play KAOS, is they are just have a hard time of getting a full 60 on these boys, which makes it seem like KAOS doing such a good job on any of the maps. They're always holding that 20, 30 point lead. And the pressure is so much there, because similar to the Skyline and similar to what they did to Atlantis, is once that midway through the game happens, they just turn up a notch. And they're like, yeah, watch this. You thought we were at 100. Watch this. We're going to go to 200. And they just somehow blow you out of the water.
Yeah. Slowly and steadily. Trying to make things up. Slowly and steadily. Trying to just, stop the overall push coming from side of KAOS in a better way. KAOS now taking back the control. 192. 145 now. Boys in 28 to 26. 35 fracks coming in from the side of Conflicted. How did I miss that up? And Logano at 32. So, no, again, that those reflux, those reset needs to come in from side of Conflict as soon as possible. Logano with a multi kill. Possibly gets one more, but now he will be eventually taken out from side of Leap. Market gets out side of Leap now. Mystics also gets taken care of. 215 almost to set down the footing right. 145 coming up from side of Conflicted. So this is almost map win coming up from side of KAOS now.
And they're about 30 points away from winning it. The rotation is in. Sunni's in through Street. This could be huge. Sunni wins his gunfight, and now you got a couple people through Vault. Poison tried to pick up the middle of the map. Everybody just wasn't able to get timings. Mystic is there on that statue side of things, so he's bottom arts. The timing on that gunfight is going to be insane. Marcel goes huge with a two-piece. Logano with his own. Mystic now getting into the action. He gets two. Picked off from the player top art. You're now spawning on the backside. And again, KAOS dictating this map. They hit the timings when it's necessary. The spawn outs are in. It may take them a minute, but boys, do these guys get going? 10 seconds to win map 4. Can they force the map 5? It's been looking like it ever since the second rotation. Mystic chows cleanup duty on aisle 4. KAOS. Map 5. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. I think it's a Protocol S&D.
Yeah, it's the same one. Protocol S&D. No, not Proto. Yeah, it's Proto. The same one as it was the one of the previous game before. But boy, oh boy, one more map. This is probably the fourth. There's only one matchup. The side of like Atlantis and KAOS faced off each other ended up pretty early. This is probably the fourth or the third matchup, which is going today for fifth final decider map. Everything getting settled down for the one last game.
Tired? Because I know it's like super late for you. Been doing this all day.
Yeah.
What you drinking over?
Cold water.
Cold water. That's my guy. That's my guy. For those that don't know, water helps acne. So if you are struggling with that, which I am, water helps.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean, let's be real, Bullet. Like we gotta have some chatting moments. Like, chat, how we doing today? Good. Like we're doing good. That's dope. I met Bullet today, and I didn't even know he was from overseas, man.
Yeah, man.
It's been fun. It's been fun. It's been fun.
You didn't? I didn't.
Well, I mean, I figured over the accent, but I didn't know that like
Yes.
who you were. So like when I came in, I was like, this is just some random dude.
Okay, random dude. Nice. Interesting. Very interesting. Very lovely. But yeah, keeping this conversation aside, I have a feeling that maybe this might be a conflicted comeback coming up. I have a feeling.
You're thinking a conflicted comeback? You're thinking they win the map 5?
Yeah, I feel like.
Technically, it would be a KAOS comeback. Conflicted would just be able to close the doors.
Let's see.
Because they were up 2-1 in the series.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, because have we seen KAOS play Protocol? They played it against who'd they play it against? Was it Houston?
What? Sorry?
Somebody played Protocol S&D. I forget who it was. Was it KAOS against Houston or
It was KAOS against Atlantis.
Atlantis?
The last map.
But it didn't go to map 5.
It did go to.
So there was no way they.
No. Sorry,
no
Atlantis went to. Yeah. Proto was the.
Oh, it was Pot of Gold versus
Pot of
Houston.
Gold versus a Houston. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. No, you're good. That's who that matchup was. Okay, so I was gonna go into my bag and see what these two teams have played, but This is going to be a first for at least KAOS in this series, and especially against CxnFlicted. I mean, it's going to be hard. I'm expecting at least 4 stacks on A. Let's hop into it. Now we're getting here. Looks like it's a B hit off the rip. Everybody flying through the middle of the map for KAOS.
Let's see. I mean, when it comes down to the side of KAOS, we have seen them performing extremely well in the previous Search and Destroy games. Yes, they have lost a couple of them in the previous matchups as well. But for the side of CxnFlicted, for the matches that I have casted for them for here, I mean, and they're playing, they have also a very good history on the Search and Destroy games to be, the better side against their opponent teams.
Now Suni pulling out the AR as information. Looks like CxnFlicted. They want to chow this back turn. They have backed down Suni for now. Labe gonna try and go in through. Everybody has each other's crosses if you're KAOS. 20 seconds left. You're able to pick poison off, and that may be it. Somebody's on this heady. Labe able to find that kill. But again, just the reach out is there. Desperate. KAOS come out with the first round.
Yeah. Overall, slowly and steadily, looking pretty good for both sides. Things are, like I would say, overall, both of the sides are able to like challenge them each other for a break and fight. It was just like this time around, it was the side of KAOS to be on the upper hand, and they got the first round victory. But again, like I have said earlier, things